Mic check, 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 check. Mic check, mic check, check. 1, 2, 3, testing.
Council, please come to order. Okay, we are going to continue with a couple of outer order testimonies this morning. First up will be Heather McCarty and Mateo Pasadon. Good morning. We're going to continue with a couple of outer order testimonies this morning. First up will be Heather McCarty and Mateo Pasadon. Miss Davis. The recording's still on a loop.
Send us a signal.
Yeah, give us the high sign. You want to introduce yourself right at the beginning?
Yeah, sure.
Miss Davis. The recording's still on a loop.
testing. Testing loop number 2. Okay, I believe we have fixed the problem, but we're going to wait 30 more seconds and make sure this conversation does not come back around again.
I think that's been your 6 minutes, so thank you for your testimony.
That's okay.
Not here. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. I'm Heather McCarty, representing Central Bering Sea Fishermen's Association.
Good morning. Good morning, Mateo Pasoldan on behalf of the city of St. Paul.
The Central Bering Sea Fishermen's Association, or CBSFA, is the CDQ entity for St. Paul Island. Due in part to St. Paul's proximity to the Bering Sea's crab resources, CBSFA has allocated 20% of the total Bering Sea snow crab that is set aside for the CDQ program. CBSFA harvests its CDQ allocation on wholly owned and partner crab vessels. You heard from a crewman on one of those vessels, the Early Dawn, yesterday, a young man who lives in Alaska and is raising his family here. In addition to our CDQ allocation, we have made considerable investments in crab assets, both processing and harvesting quota. Much of that investment is also in snow crab, but CBSFA also owns Eastern Aleutians golden king crab, Bristol Bay red king crab, and Bairdi quota. We manage the CDQ allocations and the additional quota assets to promote social and economic development in St. Paul, as is required by the CDQ program. As a result of the 87% drop in the snow crab harvest level last October, CBSFA experienced a 65% drop in our total revenues. And we know that the historic decline in snow crab persists. This dramatic drop in CBSFA's revenues continuing into 22-23 will begin to impact its ability to fulfill CDQ program objectives for St. Paul Island, including funding many of the community infrastructure, educational, research, and social programs that we support. In addition, the city of St. Paul saw an 85% cut in revenue last year from lost landing taxes, trickling down to budget cuts for critical services in St. Paul. You'll hear more from the city of St. Paul here as well. And we're not alone. The other crab-dependent communities are facing the same financial challenges. An added concern in St. Paul and these other communities is that at such low overall levels, there may be insufficient crab poundage to keep existing crab processing capacity in various locations engaged. Depending on the duration of the snow crab and the red king crab downturns, this could be devastating to processing operations across the state and even to certain aspects of the crab rationalization program, which you will be wrestling with next year. As these processing costs and availability in St. Paul are affected, it also affects the processing availability for halibut, which, as you know, is the other major fishery that takes place around St. Paul. And that has a cascading effect on that fishery as well, and the community residents that participate in it. So these ripples run through Alaska's communities, processors, support businesses, and even schools, affecting thousands of people and certainly the whole state of Alaska itself. We support the request made by the Alaska Bering Sea crabbers and other stakeholders for urgent help to allow some flexibility to adjust to this desperate situation while using the best available science and maintaining sustainability. We believe that the uncertainties in current model status and stock estimates leave some room to consider allowing for a small directed crab fishery to balance the needs of fishermen and the associated fishing communities.
Yeah, we echo CBSFA's comments. Typically, the cycle of economic activity on St. Paul starts in January, from January to about March, with a snow crab fishery and processing. Then from June to August, September, the community is fully engaged with the halibut fishery. And then in October, the community is engaged with, typically engaged with the Bristol Bay red king crab fishery. In the absence of other alternatives and better tools such as more abundant Section 312 funding, we need to keep these revenue streams going, even if at low levels. These activities sustain the public and private infrastructure. The community is engaged in a multi-year process to try to upgrade and pivot its infrastructure towards new activities. This infrastructure has served not only the community, but the Bering Sea fisheries, the Coast Guard, and other operations. There is statutory guidance for this request. This is not coming out of the blue in Section 304 of the MSA, which guides you to take the needs of fishing communities into account in rebuilding plans, as well as National Standards 4 and 8 and EPA and White House guidance concerning communities and especially Native communities. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. Thanks for your testimony. I'm sorry, the situation you're in is extremely unfortunate. My question is, are you suggesting that we look at adjusting the harvest specifications to provide room for that? Or are you suggesting that the state make accommodations for a small fishery? We had this kind of discussion with some of the testifiers yesterday, and I just want to be clear what, if you're asking, or if you're just telling us that's what you would like to have.
We think that the specifications, particularly on snow crab, are able to be used to have a small fishery. And so we are asking for your support, Mr. Mesereau. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Mesereau. We're asking for the support of the council in our efforts at the state level to, I guess, beg, really. I mean, that's really what we're doing right now. So that's why we're here. It's still a federal fishery, federal species, and you have that responsibility as well still. So I think you're involved.
And just to follow up, thank you for the clarification. And I think, you know, all the testifiers' words here yesterday and today are also being heard by the state, being that we have the deputy director of Fish and Game sitting at the table. So I'm sure it's being heard loud and clear. My other question is your plant going to be shut down no matter what? If it's a small fishery, will you be able to open that plant, or are you going to have to go elsewhere to land any crab?
I'm not sure we should speak for those, for that company, but certainly when you have a small fishery or no fishery, obviously, but if you have a small fishery, you have to consider the cost of opening the plant. I think they're in the process of doing that now. Probably shouldn't talk about it much further than that.
Yeah, I would add to that we are looking at Plan B and C and D. It will, of course, depend on the size of the TAC. But for now, we are protected by something that the council did 20 years ago and was very wise. It was controversial at the time, but it was very wise. We are protected by regionalization that protects the deliveries to the northern and southern region. And so that, as long as that protection is there, we have a good legal shot to get some fish.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Mr. Mesereau, for sort of opening up a line of questioning I was interested in. I'm thinking particularly, Mr. Paulson, about the last point you just made about regionalization, and I've been sort of struggling to figure out how that works with sort of a limited fishery, because doesn't it sort of depend on who participates? I mean, because regionalization is essentially the tool of regionalization is for each what each ITQ is sort of assigned, right? And so in theory, you could have a limited fishery that still doesn't deliver much into the northern region if it's mostly southern region harvesters. And so I've been sort of trying to think through two issues here. when I think about how this might work. And I think I'm thinking about it both in terms of if you were to build something like this into the rebuilding plan as well as this year. So how does that work? How does the industry decide what a limited fishery looks like and actually, for instance, achieves the goals of regionalization as you outlined them? And what does it take to come up with some numerical estimates of the answer to Mr. Meserow's question about, at what point does a plant stay open? At what point does the community work? These aren't necessary. I get that the answers aren't right there on the tip of everybody's tongue today, but it would help me at least think about this if I understood how those questions were going to be answered.
Yeah, through the chair. I don't want to make light of this, but you will probably hear a lot of this about this and the future of the crab program during the crab program review, which is coming up soon. And so I think we will all benefit from the collective wisdom that the various stakeholders will bring to the table. For St. Paul, the reason it exists and it's still there today is because of regionalization. And so that is a critical component for us. And it could be a critical component for other communities if crab stocks migrate elsewhere in the north. So I think that is something that we're going to fight for. And I think as long as, there's enough resource for it to make economic sense to be, pursued and processed, whether it's one plant or another. I think as long as those opportunities are maintained, the good old American entrepreneurial spirit will kick in and we'll figure it out. But I don't have the answers right now. It will depend on the size of the TAC and other factors.
Thank you.
Further questions? Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Heather and Mateo. I'm a little bit with Mr. Mesereau and Mr. Twite on this. I'm a bit lost as a council member. What can I do? You're asking that the council support this idea of the state, and I'm guessing there's some commissioner authority or something to do something. The SSC has already set the OFL. They've already set the ABC. The council cannot change that. I'm particularly to feel like as a council member from Washington State that I should somehow take a position on advising the state of Alaska on how they should manage their crab fishery. Seems a bit out of the realm for me. Are you looking for are you asking the council to write a letter? I mean, when we deliberate on this issue, I could look over at Ms. Baker and say, I support this idea of the state doing whatever they can, but I'm just lost. And it's not just you. This has been a continued drumbeat with a lot of people, almost everybody, I think, that's testified on this issue so far, that asked for the council to support this deal. So what is it exactly that the council can do that you think may have some effect on what the commissioner and the Board of Fishes actions might be on this issue?
A letter might work well. That would be good. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Down, frankly, I think that the industry is in such desperate shape that we are using this council process as a platform in a way, because we participated in the council process all the way up to this point with the SSC, with the AP and through the CPT process. And I think it just seems like a logical conclusion to come to the council like you normally do with issues and say, we said all we could say to those folks that are making the decisions. And now we're just kind of reporting to you in a sense and asking for your support. If that support takes the shape of a letter, I think that would be great. If it just takes the shape of you more deeply understanding as a council the condition that we're in as communities and harvesters, processors too, maybe then it's worthwhile just having this discussion. So we are in a sense using this as a platform to have those discussions.
Any further questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Frank Kelty Group, which I understand includes Vince Tudikoff. Good morning.
Morning, Mr. Chairman. For the record, my name is Frank Kelty and I have a group with us today. Mayor Tudikoff is from Unalaska is going to be starting off, and I'll back cleanup. And also behind us, we have two of the Unalaska City Council members, Darren Nicholson and Alejandro Tungo. They are both long-term city council members and work in support sector companies in Unalaska that are greatly impacted by the crab situation. So, Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you, Frank. Thank you, Council, for taking the time to hear our concerns. We are here today with serious concerns about the condition of three major Bering Sea crab fisheries: the Bristol Bay red crab, snow crab, and Tana crab. The continued decline in all three of these fisheries has had a tremendous negative impact on the region's harvesters, processors, and community. The city of Unalaska has been the state of Alaska's largest processing community for more than 40 years. Unalaska has been heavily impacted by the crash of many of our historic Bering Sea crab stocks. We had a total closure in 2021 of the Bering, Bristol Bay, king crab fishery, and 90% reduction in the Bering Sea snow crab, Apelio, allocation from 45 million pounds down to 5.5 million. The Western District Tanner crab fishery was reduced by 60%, from 2.2 million pounds down to 950,000 pounds. The Eastern District Bering Sea Tanner crab fishery has been closed for 5 years. The impact of these reductions and closures include not only the fish and sales tax revenues, but employment by processing plants and in all community sectors, especially on the working waterfront. In Unalaska, we have many of the support businesses that provide goods and services to support the crab fleet. And these businesses have experienced negative impact as well. These allocation reductions of total season closures are compounded by another poor crab survey in 2022, which did not show much improvement in the three major crab fisheries in the Bering Sea. We are concerned about the continued impacts to all sectors, but especially the harvester sector. Although this will be the second year for very little revenue for captains, crew members, and vessel owners, we understand that many operations are barely keeping their heads above water. The city of Unalaska asked the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council and the Alaska Department of Fish and Game, as you move forward next week with setting the overall fish limit, allowable biological catch, and total catch estimates in order to allow for small directed fishery that would support the needs of the crab harvesters, the various fishing communities in the region. We certainly do not support taking action that would cause a problem with the continued rebuilding of these important crab stocks. We'd like to thank North Pacific Fisheries Management Council and the Department of Fish and Game for considering the city of Unalaska's comments on this critical issue. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the council, thank you for taking us out of order. It's not the first time I've been told that out of order, but that's all right. Anyway, we definitely support, we align ourselves with the Alaska Bering Sea crab letter. We support the AP's motion, which recommended to the council that that we, if possible, to support small fisheries for tanner, snow crab, and king crab. You know, on Alaska, we've gone through these crashes before, but this one is particularly hard for us. You know, I've been out in the Aleutians for 50 years. When king crab, red crab crashed in 81, it started the development of the snow crab fishery. And then the people that didn't want to do that, they put trawl gear on and got involved with delivering shoreside groundfish. And so we also had the Pelio crash twice, once in 94 and also again in 2000. But they had something to back up to fall back on. This situation with all three fisheries in trouble, there's no backup position, and they're not going to make it fishing pot cod for 9 or 10,000 tons or salmon tendering. That's just not going to cut it for these 70 active boats. So we know you don't set the TAC, ADF&G does that, but any kind of support you could give to, that would allow a small boat fishery. And I think we have, not a small boat fishery, that's C2, but a fishery for the crab fleet. And I think long-term, we need your support. This is something that's going to go on for years to rebuild these crab fisheries. So we're going to need the council support. We're going to need research out of the box, like fall surveys, pot surveys, things. We got to do things a little bit different to try and get these fisheries back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Kelty and Mr. Mayor. Are there any questions? Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Mr. Kelty, can you give us a sense of what a small fishery looks like from Unalaska's perspective?
Well, I would hope, you know, last year's snow crab fishery, we had 5.5 million pounds. And I think that made it, that, you know, wasn't great, but it was viable to work it. Last king crab season, I think we were down to 2.5 million 2 years ago. You know, in 2020, we had 2.5 million. You know, with the high value now, if we had something in that range, you know, the price of crab is through the roof. You know, we're seeing species, some ex-vessel values that are well higher than $10, $15 a pound for some of the fisheries that are still available. So, you know, I think the value would be there that would generate revenue that would help the fleet and also help the communities. You know, the processing plants, they've lost their crab markets are gone. How long is it going to take to rebuild that? You know, they're impacted by the loss of that crab production and their employees and things like that. So I think something that would be workable and worthwhile, everybody would appreciate it. The communities, the harvesters, and processors.
Any further questions? Thank you. Okay, we'll now return to our normal schedule, have SSC report. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. I'm Franz Mieter, co-chair of the SSC, and we'll be reporting on our discussions on the C1 agenda items. And I'll try to keep this fairly brief, as you got the full presentation from the plan team on their recommendations yesterday, and we largely agreed. I'll start off with some general comments on BSAI crab. We wanted to note that we appreciated the extensive public testimony on the crab agenda items and recognize the severe economic consequences of the potential closures of these crab stocks. We also wanted to recognize the need to protect female crab and their habitat. And we particularly support collaborative approaches between federal and state agencies to better account for the reproductive potential of crab stocks in these stock assessment models as we go forward. And the SSC also supports collaborations to make the crab assessment models as informative as possible for state management, because there's sometimes some disconnect between the units used and so forth. The SSC also supports the plans of the crab plan team to take up a discussion in January on appropriate model start dates. And we encourage that effort, as well as considering periods for setting BMSY. And we encourage that to achieve some kind of standardization or common approach across stocks. We also appreciated the discussion to explore perhaps shifting harvest specifications for Eastern Bering Sea snow crab to December to mitigate some of the time crunch. And in addition, we encourage the crab assessment authors to move as much of the research and the model development to earlier in the year as much as possible. The SSC also encourages further considerations or any ideas on potential cooperative surveys, such as pod surveys for crab stocks. Oops. Finally, oops, sorry. The SC recommended a working group to address the use of simpler models for many of these crab stocks, especially these tier 3 stocks have very complex models. We run into modeling difficulties repeatedly, and to work towards better understanding the performance of these more complex models, starting with developing some simpler models that can be used for contrast and as a fallback. That were our general comments on crab. We did receive an ecosystem status report.
Dr. Muter will take a question from Ms. Baker. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Muter, for your presentation. I really appreciate the first 2 slides of your presentation, and I think these are helpful, concise recommendations. My question is, just so you know, our short council meeting thus far has focused a lot on staff resources and the limitations therein. And I wonder, did you talk about prioritization at all in terms of the specific recommendations you have that appear to start on the bottom of the first slide? And I think the council struggles with how to prioritize for the crab plan team and maybe stock assessment authors to the degree we can. And so just any discussion you had on prioritization would be helpful for us.
Yeah, thank you for the question through the chair. We didn't have an extensive discussion on that, but that also came up during the stock prioritization item. We also recognize that this is not a short-term fix or short-term solution, but in the long run, where there are disconnects and synergies that can be found, that can be identified perhaps through the plan team process that includes both federal and state scientists. We encourage anything and everything that can be done along those ways, recognizing obviously the staff limitations, but under stock prioritization, we commented on various ways of perhaps increasing efficiencies that may be relevant to this point. So we did. Okay, continue. Yeah. We did receive a brief ecosystem status report that we asked for specifically to crab, but we did also the first bullet here for the Gulf of Alaska and Aleutian Islands. We recognize really more applies to evaluating whether there's any concerns with respect to groundfish at this point. And the authors noted that there's no emerging major environmental concerns at this time. We seem to continue recovering from the marine heat wave of 2016 through 2018 or 19. But a marine heat wave is persisting to some extent in the Aleutian Islands. And we just noted the invasive green crab that have been found in Southeast Alaska, but that's not a major concern for federal fisheries at this point. For the Bering Sea, the analyst noted two items of particular concern, and that's the continuing salmon run failures in Western Alaska, and then impacts from Typhoon Merbok, which of course include the substantial damage to coastal communities, but also potential impacts on benthic and pelagic communities in the Northern Bering Sea, or really along the entire coast, that are at this point unknown. With respect to conditions relevant to crab in the Bering Sea, overall, we saw a return to cooler conditions that may benefit some crab stocks, in particular snow crab in the intermediate term. One note is that we do see an increase in corrosive conditions, as you also heard yesterday, on portions of the Bering Sea shelf that may negatively affect growth and survival of some crab, particularly juveniles. As far as some of the other indicators go, we saw some mixed trends in potential competitors and a bit of an increase in predators on pelagic and benthic crab stages in 2022 over earlier, but not as high as they have been in the past. The next item here is summer trawl survey results. We received, as you did, the crab specific results from the bottom trawl survey, and wanted to commend the survey team and the crab assessment authors on the rapid turnaround time of the survey data in these crab assessments under a very compressed timeline, which does affect what can be done and potentially the quality of some of the analyses and models. We note the overall increase in MMB relative to last year. But of course, we continue to register substantial concern with the status of crab stocks based on the trends, particularly snow crab continue to decrease in many size X categories, and there are further decreases in Pribilof Island blue king crab. There were also some positive signs, as noted yesterday. Material male biomass increased for many stocks from 2021, although still at very low levels. And there's some evidence of incoming recruitment for snow crab, Tanner crab, and St. Matthew blue king crab. But there's some uncertainty, of course, as also noted yesterday, whether these will actually grow into larger crab. We had a brief discussion on the retowing considerations because a portion of the Bristol Bay red king crab had not completed their molt mate cycle. The retow protocol was triggered, but it was decided based on a number of considerations to not complete the retowing. And the SSC wants to go on record to support the ongoing reevaluation of the value of these retow data. Again, particularly with respect to staff resources. And we also continue to recommend investigations into the drivers of what actually causes variability in the molt mate cycles. That would be very informative. That's it on the survey. A brief summary of the harvest specifications. The SSC agreed with the crab plant team on the selected models, on the associated OFLs, and the ABC buffers for all crab stocks, so that makes it easy. We just note that St. Matthew blue king crab and Pribilof Island blue king crab are overfished and under a rebuilding plan. Eastern Bering Sea snow crab, of course, is overfished, and the rebuilding plan is being developed, but no other stocks were overfished or approaching an overfished state, and non-experienced overfishing. For Eastern Bering Sea snow crab, I just have a couple slides on this. We saw a full assessment, of course. The stock remains at very low material male biomass levels following the large mortality event that we saw in 2018-19. It is a tier in tier 3B and was declared overfished. The SSC agreed with the crab plan team for the OFL and ABC from the model 22.1A. But we did express strong concerns over model convergence to the best solution, but in lack of a better alternative, we felt that this was the most appropriate way forward for setting a OFL and ABC this year. We agreed with the CPT recommended buffer to maintain that at 25%. However, the SSC provided a slightly different rationale. We identified particularly reduced population dynamics concerns from 2020-21, which might suggest reducing the buffer, but there were increased model convergence issues this year that were very concerning and need to be addressed in future assessments. The SSC also recommended developing a tier 4 calculation again for snow crab and other crab, as well as other crab models as an alternative if no acceptable tier 3 model is available. The SSC also suggests developing a working group to support the exploration of simpler models for crab stocks, as I noted in my general comments earlier, particularly came up under snow crab, to help better understand and support the tier 3 models and model performance. And then we recommend continuing the streamlining efforts to create additional time for crab stock assessments. Again, noting that the timeline in 2021 and 22 were so tight that they really prevented solving some of the critical model instability issues just because of the lack of time. That brings me to the rebuilding plan. The SSC recommends moving forward with a rebuilding plan based on that model 22.1A, despite its concerns, and using the period 1982 through 2007 for drawing recruitments to basically simulate the future. And I think you had some discussion about that with the crab plan team chairs yesterday. This results in a T-min of 2029 and a T-max of 2033. So with that, the rebuilding plan can then go forward and management alternatives can be considered that would achieve the T target within that range. We do, however, also highlight that this timeline may be optimistic because, and again, you had some discussions about that yesterday, it does not allow or that does not include any additional mortality events or higher mortalities going forward, and it assumes that recruitment is consistent with that historical period, despite the projections for additional warming in the Bering Sea. And our rationale follows that of the crab plan team. I think you discussed that yesterday, that really the warm temperatures appear to make a big difference only in terms of mortality, only when there's also very high densities of juvenile crab, which of course we don't expect in the near future. That's it on snow. Oops, sorry, I have one more. And then again, this is not a short-term solution really, but the SSC recommends that approaches are developed to estimate the unobserved crab mortality from trawl gears for use in these stock assessments. That magnitude, of course, is currently unknown, and that we actually suggested a working group, I believe, and that would require a transparent approach, determining the inputs from previous work that can be used for that and any new analyses that may be necessary. I think that concludes snow crab.
Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Dr. Muter. Back to the previous slide and the assumptions underlying the SSC's recommendation for time period and reflecting a certain set of environmental conditions. So if the council moves forward with that approach, and if you continue to recommend that as an SSC, at what point at what point do we need to discuss whether or not to have essentially triggers that would cause us to re-examine those assumptions or re-examine whether those assumptions still hold all the way through the rebuilding time period?
Through the chair, yeah, thanks for the question. We didn't really have much of a discussion on that, but our understanding is that the rebuilding plan, of course, will be reevaluated regularly, and the rebuilding timelines may have to be adjusted. And I assume at that point would be an opportune time to consider the whether other approaches for the projections may be needed and whether the timeline may need to be adjusted. That's my understanding of how this would work.
Mr. Dwight.
But wouldn't it be useful to have some predetermined criteria that would essentially inform all of us about the validity of the ongoing validity of those assumptions? I think what I heard you say is we might kind of know it when we see it. And that's certainly one approach, but isn't there another approach of actually trying to establish in advance when conditions are substantially, at what point do we decide that conditions are substantially different than the underlying assumptions would envision?
Yeah, through the chair, again, we didn't have extensive discussions on that, but I would think that we can address that through the regular annual updates, as there will be continuing research on the questions on that very question: what drives mortality? The stock assessment author last year actually explored options to include time varying mortality that would be temperature dependent in the model, and there are other approaches along those lines. Mortality is notoriously difficult to estimate, even if it's assumed to be constant. So that is not trivial, but we can certainly continue. I would imagine that research will continue, so we can continuously reevaluate whether the assumptions underlying this are realistic.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Muter. Just, I guess, following up on Mr. Dwight's question, when I go through the crab planting report and your report, crab planting report, and it talks about seeing some potentially positive signs in snow crab and juvenile crab, but that we wouldn't expect those to be in the system or recruiting into the fishery for 4 to 5 years. So is as opposed to a year-to-year look, is that really when we're seeing that these crab have persisted? We've maybe had environmental conditions that have allowed them to recruit into the fishery. We're not looking at next year, we're looking at a few years out.
Yeah, through the chair, yes, there will be a lag before we see the younger crab recruiting to or even being picked up by the survey gear. So there's always a lag of several years. However, that would not preclude ongoing retrospective analyses of, there's been a lot of temperature variability, of course, over the last several decades, and we can, as years of data accumulate, we can continue evaluating potential links between, keep in mind, we kind of revised our view of what really happened between June and now, and it may well be revised again as we learn more.
Thank you. And just one other question, and it might be just pursuing questions from yesterday. I understand that crab density being a main factor, as explained by the crab plan team, and in the unprecedented mortality event. But I'm just wondering the SSC's discussion around why recruitment would still be consistent with that long time period back to 1982, if that's so temperature dependent. So I understand the rationale for not expecting to see another significant mortality event, but I'm still a little bit lost on why we would expect recruitment to be so similar to that long time period.
Yeah, through the chair, thanks for that question. We had 2 time periods in front of us, and the longer time series, the earlier time series ended in 2017, which was prior to a very big apparent recruitment event that showed up, where a lot of young crab showed up in the surveys. So the earlier time frame actually has on average a lower recruitment than the later time frame, which was I think part of the rationale for using that earlier time frame to not make an assumption that we're going to see recruitment spikes like the apparent spike in around 2017-18 or so, before the mortality event. I think it was estimated to be in 2015. I don't know if that answers your question, but and again, the link between temperature or ice conditions and recruitment is weak at best. So that probably, given the expected temperatures over the last 10 years, over the next 10 years relative to this time period, that and I can't say that for sure, but I wouldn't expect that to make a big difference if we were able to include some kind of temperature dependence.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is on your slide 13, still in Eastern Bering Sea snow crab, about the unobserved mortality. And I just like to make sure, I believe in presentation of that slide, you referenced a working group or potentially working on that issue. And the working group I remember you referencing earlier in the presentation was related to model issues, essentially. Were you referencing the same working group or something different?
Through the chair, thanks for the question. No, just to clarify, I'm not entirely positive it would be recommended to working groups, but those are separate efforts. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Muter. Looks like we're ready to continue.
Okay, that brings us to Bristol Bay red king crab. In this stock, the Charles survey biomass increased slightly for females and about 38% for mature males from last year. But mature male biomass continues to be very low, and with little evidence again of any substantial incoming recruitment. This was also a full assessment, and the SSC recommends the model 21-1B, again in agreement with the author and plan team. The stocks in tier 3B and not overfished, and overfishing did not occur according to our criteria. We also agree with the crab plan team to maintain the buffer at 20%. But we, the plan team had a number of bulleted rationales for that buffer, but we did not agree with two of those because they accounted for in the stock assessment model, and the buffer is intended to deal with uncertainties outside the assessment model. But we noted the large and increasing retrospective bias in this stock to maintain the buffer at the same amount. We had some recommendations for the authors, particularly to work on that retrospective bias and to work with crab plan team at the January workshop or this is just at the crab plan team meeting, to determine the best time frame for the model, the starting year for the model, along with other stocks. The SSC also supports cooperative research between BSFRF, NIMS, ADFNG on tagging to examine any hypothesis regarding the spatial shifts in distribution. Again, that's a somewhat longer term research focus. The SSC also recommends investigating some peculiarities or a strong bias in the fits to the BSFRF index. Then finally, we appreciated the Bristol Bay red king crab ESP and encourage further exploration, in particular of predation and any appropriate socioeconomic indicators in that assessment. And then finally, we recommend that the authors consider the contribution of the crab found to the north of the management area to this stock, and consider the implications of including crab from that area for the assessment of the stock and its long-term sustainability. And that's it for Bristol Bay red king crab. I believe there's a question.
Thank you for catching that. I didn't. Ms.
Thank you.
Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just on that last recommendation, is that a longer term recommendation, or is that's something I've heard the public ask for quite some time? Is there new movement on how to incorporate in particular crab in the Northern Bering Sea into the stock assessment, or is that a longer term recommendation?
I mean, there are certainly through the chair, there are some things that could be done in the short term to look at that, but we didn't discuss timelines. I mean, for an analysis of the contribution of that portion of the stock to the dynamics of the stock would probably be a little more longer term.
Thank you.
That brings us to Tanner crab. That was a full assessment. The stock is stable overall. Material biomass at 137% of BMSY. It's a tier 3A stock and not overfished. The SSC recommends the model that was endorsed by the CPT. And again, we also agree with maintaining the 20% ABC buffer due to a decline in recruitment since 2019. Some of the recruitment pulses not growing to larger sizes, and then poor model fits to the larger crab. This is a model that is being transitioned to GMAX, and again, we commented on this before. That transition has greatly benefited the snow crab model, even though there are still difficulties, but it moves it to a much more, it allows for a much more transparent assessment and review process. The SSC also recommends that efforts to investigate model outputs that are better aligned with state management be continued because of the differences in the currencies and other issues. And also, as noted in the general comments, we recommend continued efforts to fit simpler models to help better understand the model performance of the more complex model. That's it for Tanner crab. Pribilof Island red king crab, full assessment done on a triennial basis. This is in GMAX, a tier 4 stock with a BMSI proxy based on the period since 2000, and the fishery has of course been closed since 1999. The SSC supports the author and CPT recommended model and the buffer and the associated OFL and ABC. That buffer was used in previous assessments, and as the plan team noted, is consistent with other king crab stocks that have where we have little information. And then we had some additional technical recommendations for the author. St. Matthew blue king crab, the estimated material biomass increased also for this stock a little bit in 2022. Recruitment increased, but remains below average at this point. The stock was declared overfish and is managed under a rebuilding plan, and the fishery has remained closed to targeted fishing since 2015, and there's a little bycatch. This was a full assessment this year. It's a tier 4 stock, and the SSC again concurs with the author and CPT recommended specifications, as well as to maintain the 25% buffer based on the retrospective pattern in material biomass that the crab plan team chairs talked about yesterday, to diverging survey trends, and then limited stock specific life history information for this stock. Then for Norton Sound, for which specifications are done in February, we saw some model runs and were asked for recommendations on the model runs. There were 3 models brought forward that explore size specific probabilities for there's something missing here. For retention probabilities, sorry. So one of the models explored size-specific retention probabilities and mortality rate. Sorry, I got a little confused on this bullet. I think these are more technical details, but that I can't actually speak to because there I believe is a mistake in here. But the SSC basically supports author bringing forward only the base model 21.0 with updated survey data, as those new models that were explored weren't really a substantial improvement. The SSC did recommend that the author bring forward methods for estimating discards in that fishery and addressing the lack of data and potential for new bycatch in recent years. We recommend continuing the transition to the GMAX model, updating maturity and movement data, and then other technical recommendations on the model. And then finally, I believe, just to note, we received the overfishing updates. The SSC was provided with a final catch that only becomes available now for the 4 BSAI crab stocks listed here, and for all the stocks, catch was well below their respective OFL. And I believe that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Muter. Any further questions on the SSC report? Thank you. Okay, that'll bring us to our advisory panel report. I'd like to remind members of the public, if you wish to testify on C1, to please sign up prior to the end of this report. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, council members. Oh, here we go. I can control the screen. Thanks. How does it work, Shannon? Wait. Is that all? Oh, okay. Just figuring out the computer this morning. Okay, for the record, Ruth Christensen here to give the advisory panel report. And with me is Lauren Mitchell, my new co-pilot on the advisory panel. So you're going to be seeing a lot more of her in meetings to come. So for agenda item C1, the AP recommends the council adopt the 2021 crab safe report, as well as the 2022-23 OFL and ABCs as recommended by the CPT and SSC for Eastern Bering Sea snow crab, Bristol Bay red king crab, Eastern Bering Sea tanner crab, St. Matthew blue crab, and Pribilof Islands red king crab. The AP asks the council to consider scenarios to urge and give ADF&G the flexibility to open all 3 Eastern Bering Sea crab fisheries, be it small. And that motion passed unanimously, and there is rationale attached to the minutes.
Great. Are there any questions? Ms. Drobnica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ruth and Lauren, and congratulations on your vice chairmanship. I'm sure you've heard a lot of the conversation around the table regarding potential messages the council can or is appropriate to send to an ADF&G regarding
the opportunity to have a crab fishery this year. Wondering if your language says to consider scenarios, wondering if you could elaborate on the discussion that took place at the AP and whether or not there are specific examples discussed or ideas there.
Thank you, Ms. Drobnica, through the chair. So there are specific scenarios were not discussed. So we did not get into any specifics about what that ask would look like. It was more just a recognition of the situation that is facing crab fishermen and providing the opportunity for ADF&G to open a fishery if that flexibility is there. And I don't know if you want to have anything to add.
The only thing I could add is stressing the importance of continued interagency cooperation, because we see this often on issues where we could use to help align more of state and federal policy. And so just the encouragement to continue to build those relationships to work towards those alignments.
Any further questions? Thank you. Okay, that will bring us to public comment. We've already taken a number of folks already, so we'll work through the remainder of the list. Scheduled to testify remotely is Andy Hillstrand.
Andy, can you talk now?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Oh, good morning. Sorry about that. Yeah, I was on the list to testify there, and I too needed to get away, but I stuck around here because I think it's important. I've been hearing a lot of stuff here. I think I'm just basically, I got an education listening to what you guys have to listen to every time you have a meeting. And yesterday was a very grim picture was painted for us that looks to me like we will have no opilio fishery for quite a time. And I think you might have the opilio stocks rebuilt, but I don't think you're going to have fishermen left. So I just reiterate what all my fellow fishermen have already testified to and all that stuff, but I just don't see how, the crab plan team, all these guys and their models, and I'm just a layman here. I'm not a scientist, but to me, the models have failed. They've failed.
Mr. Hillstrand,
Yes.
I apologize. I'm having a little trouble hearing you. Can you speak up a little bit more?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Not much better.
Oh,
Staff's
darn.
also working on it on our end.
Okay, yeah. I can try to put my headphones in here. Excuse me.
That's getting better. Okay, please
Okay,
continue.
yeah. Is that better now?
Yes, it is.
My basic thing is I'm not a scientist. I've heard a lot of gloom and doom, and now I'm hearing recommendations for a model, another model to be used by people that have done models for the last 15 years that have failed. We now have no fishery. We're talking 6 to 9 years to maybe rebuild an opilio season. I mean, you guys do see the folly of that, I would assume. I know that some of the council members have said, well, what can we do? The Fish and Game, controls the openings of the season. Well, they say the same stuff about you guys. The biggest problem I see is that the crab plan team, the SSC, and everybody that's been running all these models for all these years, I mean, just from what I see, it's not working. And here we are they're before the council recommending model 22.1, 22.9. It doesn't even matter what model it is. They're not working. We have no crab. We have no fishery for king crab coming up on the second year. We're desperately reaching out to the Fish and Game Commissioner. I have a solution to one of your council members' questions. Yeah, turn the whole fishery over to the state of Alaska. At least we'll only have one person that's could be making excuses for why we can't have a fishery. I mean, it just seems like you blame them, they blame you. You as a council can only do, you know, what your recommendations of the CPT, you know, and you only have certain things you can do based on what you have. They only can do what you guys recommend to the Secretary of Commerce. It's a vicious circle. It's just very disheartening. I came to this meeting yesterday full of hope. I heard that the climate change caused by humans, so we're ruining the planet. You know, it just seems like there's no answers, but here we go with model 22.1. So I appreciate your council's work and your time. I know it's a thankless job. I know you guys get railed on all the time. I know you're trying, but we're going to have no fishery. And I thank you for your time.
All right. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Hillstrand. Are there any questions? I don't see any. Thank you for your testimony. Next up is Austin Estabrooks and Stephanie Madsen. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. Welcome to Mr. Abnika and Mr. Williams. Welcome to the family. My name is Stephanie Madsen, as I mentioned, and I'm Executive Director of the At-Sea Processors Association. Mr. Chairman, Austin and I are here today to respond to the council's request on the potential for voluntary measures in 2023 by the Pollock fishery for snow crab. So sorry, it kind of interrupts the flow of the conversation here, but we were told that this is the appropriate spot. The other thing that's a little awkward this morning is I need to ask you to open up the PowerPoint that was submitted as part of your of our submittal. I guess we weren't aware that we weren't allowed to do PowerPoints under public comment, so we're going to walk you through it, but I need you to look at that PowerPoint on your computer, please. So I'm going to turn this over to Austin, and we're going to walk through the amount of work and the data that we looked at over the last few months.
Yeah, good morning, council. My name is Austin Estabrooks. I'm with the At-Sea Processors Association. So just going to briefly walk through some of the slides. And the first introduction is just to give a background that existing PSC management is in place for Opilio. And our PSC limits for the Pollock sector are on average 1.6% of the total trawl allocated PSC limit for Opilio, and our historical use has been on average just 4% of that limit. And in addition, our fleet is 200% observed. So on slide 4, you'll see that we are highly spatially constrained already in the B season in the Pollock fishery. We are excluded from the CVOA, and if herring PSC limits are reached, the winter herring savings area also pushes us out of a large area in the northeastern Bering Sea, as well as our many chum bycatch avoidance areas that aren't listed there. So in response to the voluntary measures that our fleet could take to avoid crab and reduce mortality in our Pollock directed fishery, we looked at 2 primary management measures, which would be dynamic in-season closures and static spatial closures for our fleet. In looking at the feasibility of a dynamic closure, our conclusion was that our encounter rates of Opilio are just so low that there really is no data to inform an in-season closure. For example, in 2022, our fleet encountered just 34 Opilio crab, and that represented 0.4% of all hauls in the B season. So that's seen on slides 5 and 6. In looking at a static closure. We analyzed extensive fishery performance metrics, and I have to give credit to Meryl Rudd at Sea State. She did an incredible amount of work providing some visual data for us to look at. And what we found there in our analysis was that there weren't any persistent areas of high opilio bycatch that we could target. We also observed that where opilio bycatch primarily occurred was in the northeast up on the shelf, and our chum bycatch primarily occurs south of the mushroom and closer to the shelf break, leading us to the conclusion that there would be a clear management trade-off between avoiding opilio and chum salmon in the bee season. And then we also looked at our fishery relative to survey distributions of opilio. And what we found there was that our bycatch was not well correlated with survey densities of opilio, and that more opilio bycatch occurred where more fishing effort occurred. And we also concluded from this analysis that the opilio stocks were highly mobile, and year over year interannual distributions did not lead us to an area that would inform a static spatial closure. So, and then in moving on in response to the request for opportunities for research to look at reducing mortality, we have partnered with Alaska Pacific University to embark on a multi-step research program to investigate how pelagic trawl gear interacts with the seafloor. Our three primary objectives are to catalog the wide range of gears currently employed within the CP fleet, then put those gear parameters into state-of-the-art simulation models. And third, to then use the results of those simulation models to inform empirical field studies to directly measure ground clearance. And finally, we realized that this is going to be a multi-year research project, but we need to do something now. The opilio stock is not in a good place, and therefore we plan to present biological information, survey density information to our skippers at our annual skippers meeting. I plan to distribute bycatch alarms using VMS tracks in the bee season, and also add opilio bycatch reporting to our weekly bycatch reports. Thanks. Sorry, I ran over there.
Thank you both for your testimony. Let's see if there's any questions. Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your presentation. Do you feel like now that you've had some time to structure some research about bottom contact that you'll get to the point where you'll be able to monitor bottom contact in a more consistent way and control it in the future? Do you think that that's something that we can look to hear from you in subsequent years, giving us an idea that you've figured out how to know where your net is in relation to the bottom all the time? Is that a realistic expectation for this council to think that that is possible, or is that not?
Through the chair, Mr. Mesereau, very good question. I think the idea with our research plan is to get a better understanding of when and where and how our gear is most likely to interact with the bottom, and then be able to mitigate those contact areas and times where we think it's going to be happening, or where we're figuring out that contact occurs most. And so I think that's the goal. But in terms of monitoring real time, I would think we certainly need better technology. I don't know that this would be an ongoing. Sensor deployment is timely and costly, and therefore, I would think a better technology would need to be developed before we do it for all of our fishing effort. Yeah.
Thank you.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the presentation. I'm also on that same slide with the research on unobserved mortality. And I guess I just need to hear more. I know you had a time limit on why each of those 3 steps are necessary. For instance, the value in trying to catalog all the different pelagic gear configurations. I think I look at this and wonder if we could just go straight to the point of getting the gear off the ground. I need more on why these steps are important. That's my question.
Sure. Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, I think the first step is very important because I believe that there is high variability in how gear is fished and the fleet's behavior in terms of interactions with the seafloor. And therefore, I think if we were just to randomly select one vessel in the fleet and randomly put contact sensors where we presume the most contact to occur, we would not get a representative picture of what's actually happening in the fleet. So the first step is important in that regard. The second step is again related to the first in that we're trying to get what the true range of values is in terms of bottom contact would be across the fleet and the different gears. Well, I mean, there's not that many gears, but just in terms of the different net configurations and how they're being used, just to get an accurate picture. And then third, we can have a scientifically robust field study where we know we can be confident in the results that would stand up to SSC scrutiny, et cetera.
Thanks. That is helpful. And then I just had a question on the step 2. Is that software, that simulation of pelagic trawl gear, that software being used, is that something that's needing to be developed at the university, or does that already exist? Have other people used it? I just want to hear more about that level of development.
Again, very good question. Through the chair, Ms. Kimball. It's my understanding that there are multiple softwares. We have targeted one that has been heavily used and developed at Memorial University in Newfoundland. And it is my understanding that the people most familiar with that software are going to lend their expertise to Alaska Pacific University to train graduate students, as well as I believe there might be a postdoc involved to assist with those softwares. But as for the exact details, yes, they have been used around the world. They have been tested and validated using field studies as well. So we can be confident in the results.
Right. Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Madsen, Mr. Estabrook. So I've got a couple questions here, which I'll be limited to, but I actually have more, so I'll probably follow up with you because this is very interesting work that you're doing. But on your slide 6, I want to make sure I'm looking at this correctly. So in your point number 2, you have only 933 hauls estimated, more than one Apelio from 2008 to present. But when I'm looking at the column that shows hauls with Apelio, I'm coming up in 2008, 2021. I see that it's 2,235. So I'm wondering what I'm missing there. Why is that number less than half of what you're showing in the same graph there?
Sorry, I wasn't following along. Can you repeat that really quickly?
Yeah, you say 933 in your point number 2. If you go over to the column that says hauls with apelio, which is what you're quoting here, one had estimated hauls with more than one apelio from 2008 to present, hauls with apelio from 2008 to present down to 2022 total 2235. That's the number you're showing here. So why are those two numbers different?
All right. Yeah. So the point with sorry, through the chair, Mr. Down, the point with the bullet was to show that the majority of hauls have only one crab documented in them, but we had only 933 hauls in the time series that encountered more than one crab in the cod ends from 2008 to present, if that makes sense.
Not a second question, but just a follow up on that. But isn't that what we're seeing here? That these are crab in the cod end that equal more than one.
Yeah, but Mr. Chairman, Mr. Down, I think our point is that when you talk about trying to identify either spatial or dynamic closures, when several of the hauls only have one apelio in them, it's going to be very difficult. We don't have the data to distribute that. Your totals are correct, but I think you're mixing the point that many of the hauls only have one apelio, and it's difficult to assign a closure area or spatial dynamics, but the totals are the totals.
And those numbers aren't shown here. The numbers that you're talking about with total hauls that only have one, that number is coming from somewhere else, I'm guessing.
Well, we looked at the data and
Okay.
Yeah, you would just subtract the 2,235 total hauls of apelio minus the 933, and therefore roughly 1,100 hauls had only one apelio. So less than half of the hauls had more than one.
Most hauls would have only one because you're just doing a basket sample that's less than 1% of the haul. Is that seems to make sense to me that a lot of those would be one because you're doing a very small sample. Is that right?
Through the chair, Mr. Down, on our vessels, we have partial haul samples. Therefore, observers will more than likely be taking 30 to 40 ton samples rather than your standard 500 kilogram basket sample.
Thank you. Second question. On the simulation model, I appreciate you going into some detail with Ms. Kimball on that, because I was curious about the same thing. That I'm curious as to what really is a simulation model. In my mind, when I'm up in the hotel room last night, I'm running a simulation model in my mind that says that, this chain gear is 400 feet and you're going, it has an effect. But I think this is something much more than that, and I appreciate you making that point. The question I have is that you're cooperating here with I'm trying to find that slide, but with Alaska Pacific University, I think. Is that right? I don't have a slide in front of me. And
yes,
why wouldn't that be something that you would be in partnership with and collaborate with the crab fishery on? It seems like it's going to have a lot more credibility if you have the crab fishery involved in that, or the Alaska Fishery Science Center, for instance. It seems like I'm questioning the credibility of having only one person in a university, one university that's looking at this, and we're not having the Alaska Fishery Science Center and the crab fleet participating in partnership with this study. It would seem like a perfect thing for me for an industry cooperative study. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Down, we might when we get to the empirical studies, but right now we pick the experts. And as you know, Dr. Harris and APU have been primary lead on fishing effects model, and their students have done a lot of the work that you have in your paper about a bottom contact on pelagic. So we have a relationship with APU over many, many years. And so when we looked at who are the experts in Alaska to help us work through this, we chose Alaska Pacific University. The Science Center has a engineering and conservation department, Noel Yoakum. She's been working on the salmon excluders. And like I said, there may be need to reach out once we get the gear catalog and simulation models and we get to the field studies or the empirical studies. It might be appropriate, but we need to do a little bit of work before we, bring them out. I can assure you that we understand this process. When you come back with results, you need to make sure that the explanation and the methodology is robust. And we intend to come back with that kind of a project and those kind of results that you will not, and the SSC will not doubt the methodology and the work that we've done. And we intend to do that thoroughly.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And I didn't mean to shed any light on the amazing work that Dr. Harris and folks at the university are doing. And he's been a great source of information for fleet-wide for everybody, not just the trawl fleet. Thank you.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony. And I wanted to thank you for very clearly and concisely responding to the council's requests on this particular issue. This slide presentation is very helpful. My question is on the last slide and the immediate actions. And I'm trying to respond to to testimony the council has received. I'm particularly interested in the second item on your slide there, encourage on grounds communication between vessels when a paleo crab is encountered and distributing bycatch alarms. And I appreciate you identifying that. The testimony I'm referring to is the assertion that there is a PSC priority, if you will, in terms of when PSC species are encountered in groundfish fisheries, and the council has been requested to move up crab in terms of that PSC priority. And I'm not asking you how the council might do that because I'm struggling with that concept myself, but I guess in terms of those priorities, my question is, what is the best way for the council to understand those kinds of trade-offs that the fleet is encountering? Can you walk me through the different opportunities we have to learn about those and perhaps track those trade-offs to determine potential priorities?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Baker, well, that's a tough one. I think that apelio is what we're talking about today, right now, and that is a bee season issue. So for a bee season, our main focus is chum salmon, especially given the dire straits that the Western Alaska chum salmon have been in, and understanding that a lot of them are hatchery chum, but we still try to do the best that we can to avoid Western Alaska chum. So that is for the snow crab. We do encounter some herring a little bit, but that primarily is also an A season. So for us in snow crab, it would be making sure that we are paying attention to our requirements on chum salmon. Later, I might just add that, once now you've seen the presentation on snow crab, our presentation to you in response to your request under Bristol Bay Red King crab is going to be a similar format. We did the same kind of analysis for Bristol Bay Red King crab. That's going to be an A season issue for us, and that would be Chinook salmon. And I think when you get a chance to look at that PowerPoint, we haven't submitted to you yet, but when we do, you're going to see that's even a more difficult prioritization for us, because we would encounter herring potentially if moved out of the Red King crab savings area with the Chinook closures. And you'll recall that herring isn't just a PSC species for us. We do have a limit, but we also get closed out of areas, which have domino effects again for some of the chum and Chinook issues. So we're very conscious of paying attention to herring because of the potential for closing us out of areas, the winter savings area, that again has domino effects for some of the PSC species that the council has identified to us is your priority, and that would be Chinook salmon.
Mr. Kurland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Estabrooks, Ms. Madsen, getting back to the cooperative work that you intend to do with Alaska Pacific University. I may have missed this, but I wonder if you could tell us a bit about the time frame and when you expect, particularly the number 3 on your slide there, the ground clearance information on the gear. And if I understand that correctly, it doesn't seem to get directly to the issue of unobserved mortality. So I wonder if you could connect the dots for me if you intend to have the work get into that as well. Thank you.
Sure. Through the chair, Dr. Curlin, thank you. We fully expect this to be a multi-year research plan. So I guess just roughly speaking, I would anticipate approximately 1 year for each of the bullet points. We have not yet funded, or we don't have funding in the budget for this coming year for field study work yet. So that would presumably be a year or 2 down the road. So that would be in terms of the timing question. And then what was the second half of the question? Sorry.
I'll give that. Mr. Chairman, Dr. Curlin, I think that the research will connect the dots. I mean, I think there's a little bit of a difference of opinion about whether our gear is really having the extreme unobserved mortality as some people feel. And so we don't list that because we want to make sure that we understand what the clearance is or what the impact is on the bottom. We may find that there's very little or there's very little overlap. And so we don't make that connection until we understand, what the bottom contact is.
Just to follow up on that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess what I was trying to get at, Ms. Madsen, was whether this work is intended to look specifically at just the gear and its clearance over the bottom, or whether you anticipate that it would also include specific observations or measurements of crab and how they are interacting with the gear.
Yeah, through the chair, Dr. Curlin, I think we don't currently have that in the research plan at the present. I think Stephanie mentioned the first priority is to determine what our true ground clearance is and what our true interaction is with the seafloor. And then moving forward, I feel like there are a lot of avenues to explore the unobserved mortality questions. Again, via not directly using cameras, but you could do any variety of desktop studies, I would think, to estimate that. But
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Colonel, we're not saying that we're not going to do it. We're going to do a stepwise process and fully explain every step that we take. And if we get to the empirical field studies and we are on the bottom more than what some of us think, then that would be the next step. But we're going to take it a stepwise process and make sure that we have a robust, defendable process all the way along. So I think that there are some people that would like us to jump right to assuming that we have unobserved mortality and put cameras down there to find out. But I think that is a little unrealistic because we don't fully understand all of the use of the gear and how it's being. So 1 camera, 2 cameras, and we do get crab. So there is interactions with crab. So we just want to make sure that we fully do the scientific process that this council is used to. So we're not saying that we're not going to do it. We're just going to make sure that when we get to that point that we fully understand what our bottom contact is. And if there is an extreme bottom contact that is concerning, then we will take the next step to look at the impact of that potentially on crab if we're in the area where crab are encountered.
Further questions? Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Mr. Estabrook and Ms. Madsen, it sounds to me as if this research would also be informative to the fishing effects models that we're currently using in EFH. Am I correct on that? And if so, can you sort of elaborate a little bit on any value it may have for our EFH processes?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Twite, yes, we do believe that it will be very informative. In fact, we think all gear types should do this because it would be a true reflection that we could use in the fishing effects model. As you recall, the fishing effects model is a range, and that range came from interviews because there was no really specific data. And you'll recall that the range is different in A season, B season, night and day. So we think that this work will definitely improve the fishing effects model for pelagic gear.
Any further questions? Thank you. Okay, next up is Joshua Songstad testifying remotely. Is he online?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and council members. Can you hear me okay?
Good morning, Mr. Songstad. We're going to try to get your audio a little bit louder.
Okay.
Okay, try.
How about now?
All right, that's great. Good morning.
Good morning. Okay. I will preface my testimony knowing that the final decision on the openings of tax is not on the council, but a decision made by the ADF&G commissioner and his staff. My name is Joshua Songstad. I'm a fourth generation Alaska fisherman and captain of the fishing vessel Handler for over 20 years. I will point out is one of the only remaining independently native owned Bering Sea crab boats in the industry. I come to you today with my hat in hand, beg for your understanding and flexibility to help a dying crab industry. I cannot be clearer on these facts. Without a TAC in each of all three major crab stocks, the fleet will not make it another year, period. With the recommended OFL and ABC for snow crab and tanner crab and the tax that could be given simply will not generate enough revenue. Operation cost increases have doubled, if not tripled, the last 2 years. The unprecedented market prices and consumer demands that we saw at the beginning of this year no longer exist. Insurance, fuel, and bait costs are at all-time highs and show no sign of leveling off. I'm sure you've all felt the record increases at the grocery stores. It's outrageous. The daily cost to feed a family pale in relationship to the cost to feed a crab crew. These are big, hardworking family men that need calories to stay functional and alert on a dangerous deck. In recent closure of king crab and devastating reduction of the snow crab tax are pushing experienced crews to seek careers outside of the fishing industry. I have crew members that have been with me for over 20 years. Any young and new entrances to the industry are seeing no future in it, instead choosing to seek other career paths in a rapidly aging industry. Crab fishing is a young man's game. This is no longer about wanting, but needing king, snow, and tanner crab seasons more than ever to survive, not just this year, but for future generations. I beg you to use all the resources and influence you have at your disposal with ADF&G to guide them to giving us a survivable TAC. Understand that all three seasons will be needed to keep the industry, the businesses, and the communities that rely heavily on its existence alive, or there will be no need for future discussions about the crab stocks. Simply stated, there will be nobody left to catch them. Please help us keep our businesses, communities, and livelihoods intact. Our ask is that you give us the most reliable TAC the recommended OFL and ABC could allow for all three major crab stocks in the 2022-2023 seasons. We are an efficient and effective group of fishermen. Our directed fishing fleet knows how to safely handle and avoid female and juvenile crab while targeting the large males, which are shown to have increased in size and numbers in the last trawl survey. We ask that the strong consideration be given to switching to king crab toes, to be conducted after the snow crab tows to better capture the crab when they have completed molting process. I would also like to state that the
Mr.
fleet would be
Songstad.
willing to do anything. Yes.
Mr. Songstad, I apologize, your time is up. Can you provide just a summary comment?
Yeah, so in closing, we would be willing to do just about anything at this point to guarantee a season. And also we'd like to see possibly 100% observer coverage to expand the data collection, and also include in the future an annual pot survey alongside with in conjunction with the trawl survey to accurately assess the crab stocks. I'll be glad to take any questions for you. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Songstad. Are there any questions? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony. It was slightly difficult to hear, at least for me. So I just want to get your summary statement. It was it do everything we can to persuade the state to open the fishery, collaborate on a pot survey, and then there was one on observer coverage that I didn't catch. Could you just try to summarize one more time?
Yeah, sorry for the poor connection here.
That's okay.
Through the chair. Yeah, so in short, we need all three crab seasons to be open. We need to make sure, in order to have a viable, to have, enough money, enough revenue to survive, that we get the maximum allotted tax that are based on the set OFL and ABCs. And that, as far as trying to expand the data collection process by getting more observer coverage on the boats, which we'd be more than happy to do, and by introducing a pot survey annually that coincides with the trawl survey. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Further questions for Mr. Songstad? Okay, thanks again for your testimony this morning.
Thank you, guys.
Next up is Nikolai Sieberstall.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Good morning, Council Chair, and good morning, members of the Council. My name is Nikolai Sieberstall. I have worked in the fishing industry and aquaculture industries for over 35 years. I've focused on the Alaska crab sector for the last 22 years. I'm a district manager for Krabby Ice Boating District. I'm testifying on behalf of its crab quota holders and its harvesting vessels. My comments will pertain to Council Agenda Items C1 and D2. I'm also a member of the board of ABSC, and I would like to express my support for the proposals put forward by ABSC. Our industry is facing unprecedented challenges. We are on the brink of extinction. Extreme variations in predictions of the size of the resource and the ensuing tax make it very hard to survive, let alone plan a business in any rational manner. Most of our businesses are small family-owned operations. The crab industry is their lifeblood. They are all in. Most of them have been all in for generations. Dad, mom, kids, grandparents, they all pitch in and do double duty. They all get supplies for shipyard, or they pick up and send off that huge grocery delivery. On board the vessel, the captain often makes sure that the engine is purring like a happy kitten, or operates the welding machine while in shipyard, besides keeping his crew safe and finding that beautiful crab. So why do these people work so hard and risk so much? Why do they choose to be away from their loved ones for weeks and months on end? Well, it has provided livable wages so far, sometimes quite financial reward, nice financial rewards, but you must add something else to the equation to make it add up. It's love. It's love and respect for this beautiful resource. Happiness and pride in bringing such a delicious resource to the world's dining rooms, happiness and pride for being the stewards of such a diamond. A few years ago, I assisted a quota holder in helping a new entrant with the necessary horsepower to make his project happen. I will never forget the day when the vessel was leaving the dock for its first season with the new owner on board. Dad at the wheel, mom, kids, grandparents, and friends on the dock waving their goodbyes. Excitement, happiness, pride of accomplishment. It was a wonderful day. Just a second. Sorry about that. The fleet is sitting on a treasure trove of expertise, commitment, and love. We risk that all of this goes away. Without any crab to fish, it will all wither and die away. We do not have the cushions to weather years on end of inactivity. Our crews will move on. The banks will shun us. The businesses in all the local communities that support us will have to move on too. The expertise, the commitment, the love will slowly evaporate. Unending sadness and despair are creeping in. Worries for our livelihoods, worries for the health of this one resource. It does not have to go down this way. And you, members of the council, you have the power to make a difference. Our footprint out there is very small. Give us a small tank for each of the crab species. We will harvest it with great care. Signal if you can and intend to follow this pattern as we rebuild. It will give us the lifeline we need to survive. It will give the banks more predictability. It will make us bankable again. That we have small fisheries are particularly important to the smaller entities and the newer entity and newer entrants. So give us a small fishery across the board is most important to the small entities, the new entrants. That's where you can make the biggest difference. It will make a difference for everybody, but it's more important for the weaker guys. It's very clear. Be brave and support the closures of areas to fishing as suggested by ABSC. Be dynamic and proactive. Be brave and put restrictions on the trawl industries in areas that are critical to crab habitat. Other countries do that, we can too. No matter how you put it, those trawl nets are not just gently caressing the bottom and its habitat. Those nets were caressing the bottom last year to the tune of 17,000 square miles covered. Let us forge tighter bonds between fishermen and scientists and with all the people that care for this beautiful planet. Let us put together a program where every crab boat participates in collecting critical data about the environment and about the habitat out there. Let us collect data for the scientists and for the general public. We know there is a need for a wide array of information. We can provide a platform for that collection. In the process, we will learn a lot as a fleet, and so will the rest of the world. Let us start with 25 million per year, and let us make this a pilot project that can be used in other industries, both in Alaska as well as elsewhere. Thank you for your time and the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Sieberstall. Let's see if there's questions. Don't see any questions. Thank you for your testimony this morning.
Thank you.
Okay, Chad Lowenberg. He's not going to testify. Mr. Henny's not going to be testifying this morning. Chad Lowenberg.
Mr. Chairman. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. My name is Chad Lowenberg, and I'm a co-owner and captain of a vessel that participates in the BSAI crab and pot cod. we've all heard and know of the unprecedented times that the crab fleet's going through and the financial burden the small business owners and crews and their families are enduring. And the deferred maintenance we have on the vessels due to a lack of the income as our fisheries are being shut down. I think there's been plenty of testimony to that today. But what I'd like to talk about is maybe the PSC and the PSCs that are set. And we, when a directed fishery has a closure, the PSC for those other fisheries should be reduced until that stock recovers, in my mind, enough for that directed fishery to reopen. We just heard public testimony from Mr. Austin Estenbrooks that they caught 34 apelio crab, and I quickly looked up the PSC limit set for apelio, which was 3.35 million animals. That's roughly 5 million pounds. King crab, there's 800 and I think there's 800, excuse me, there's 32,000 animals. We're facing closures in our fisheries. I gotta believe there's a way to reduce those PSC limits and give some of that tack to the directed fishery when they're catching such little, as stated by Mr. Austin Estenbrooks. I think we need to take a hard look and revise the PSC definition and be accountable. And we need to look at the unobserved bycatch needs to be, they need to be dealt with. And I would hope that the council can take a look at that and help us out in that way to get a directed fishery. So that's about all I got.
Okay, thank you for your testimony, Mr. Lowenberg. Are there questions? Okay, I don't see any questions. Thanks again. Let's go ahead and take a 15-minute break, come back at 10:10. We'll conclude with public comment and see what action the council wants to take. So come back at 10:10.
It's all good.
Council, please come back to order. We are ready to wrap up with public testimony. Next up to testify is Siri Damarow, then Edward Paulson, and then Mike Shelford.
Siri, you need to unmute your phone.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Good morning. Sorry about that. My name is Siri Damarow, and I am an owner in the crab vessel Silver Dolphin. I am a granddaughter, a daughter, and a wife of a fisherman. I'm also a mother to the 4th generation. Had to change my testimony a bit since yesterday. I was at my 6-year-old daughter's field trip to the zoo yesterday. I would love to be able to tell you I had an amazing time watching my little girl playing with her friends and watching the wonder of excitement in her eyes. I'm sure you have all seen that in your own child or a niece or nephew or a friend's child or a grandchild, that joy and carefree skip they have going from one exhibit to the next. Instead, I found myself feeling torn and like a failure as a mom because as much as I need to be in the moment with her, and as much as she wants and deserves my full attention, I couldn't quite give it to her because my thoughts were and are in that room with you. And then I had my Bluetooth on all afternoon and into the evening. So we had to have top ramen for dinner, which at least the girls, they were happy since they love noodles. I was distracted at bedtime and had a tough time falling asleep because of the unknowns. All day and frankly all week in the past year, I had been worried about needing to testify and yet wondering if it's even worth testifying because there never seems to be any action. We don't know how to get across the dire straits we are in and how it is affecting us. I guess it's one of those situations of until you've walked in someone's shoes, you can't truly know. I hope you can hear it in our voices and our emotions, and you can read it in our words. It seems to be pushed to the next meeting, and then it needs to be discussed, and then there's disagreements because we can't reach an agreement, and so nothing gets done. We are struggling, and we are in dire straits. We have maintenance that needs to be done on the boat. I have bills that need to be paid. I have crew members that have been with me for 5, 10, and 28 years that I want to be able to support. In fact, one of their daughters is soon going to be getting married, and he will have a wedding to pay for, but without any crab season, I don't have a job for him. On a personal level, I have a mortgage. I have a car that has the check engine light on. I want to make sure my kids can participate in extracurricular activities, and I want to be able to buy their favorite snack for their lunchbox. Our income last year dropped drastically with no king crab and a small crab quota. The fear of no seasons rests heavily on my heart and mind. I don't know what the perfect direction is to go, but what I do know is that doing nothing and kicking it down the road in hopes that things will get better is not accomplishing anything. No plan will be perfect, but anything is better than nothing. I know you don't set the tack, but I ask that you understand that we need some sort of crab seasons and that you support us in the best ways that you can so that we can at least pay our bills and hopefully stay afloat. We're a 3rd generation small family business, and I want to be able to pass it on to the 4th generation. I urge you to start taking action and not just talk. No plan will be perfect, but the status quo is not working. I assume you have taken the time to read and listen to the comments by Alaska Bering Sea crabbers and ask that you address those and work with us so that I can one day in confidence know that you have our fleet's best interest at heart.
Ms. Damarow, I apologize. Your time is up. Can you provide a summary comment?
Yeah, it was just, thank you for taking the time to listen.
Great. Thank you for being with us this morning. Are there any questions? Okay. Thank you, Ms. Damarow.
Thank you.
Edward Paulson.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, this is Edward. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. My name is Edward Paulson. I'm a part owner in 2 crab vessels. First, I support the Research Foundation's comments. And although the Apelio model continues to have challenges, it does not mean we just throw it out and revert to tier 4. It should not be surprising that the model is challenged when we just had the largest recruitment event in the history of the fishery, followed by the largest collapse. What is needed is more data, including deeper water survey stations and continued Northern Bering Sea stations, along with prioritization of kilo height measurements to ensure we have good maturity data. The Apelio model is probably the most challenging model in Alaska, but I urge the council to follow the SSC recommendation and continue accepting the model and prioritizing the gaps in data and knowledge we have. Regarding rebuilding, I'd like the council to consider that we just experienced the largest recruitment event in the history of the fishery. Of course, this peak was followed by a massive collapse that we don't yet fully understand, but was likely some combination of dramatically warming waters coupled with high crab abundance, disease, predation from cod, and I'd add probably cannibalism from extremely low exploitation on mature males. We likely found the carrying capacity of the Bering Sea when it comes to crab back in 2018. The point is, climate change is real and causing big shifts that have clearly been affecting crab. It does not mean that productivity is necessarily affected, as we just saw a massive recruitment event, but I'd argue management needs to become more flexible and adaptive to these massive shifts. For example, fishing crab below 4 inches would have benefited the resource back in 2018. In addition, the massive decline in Apelio was not a result of overfishing or trawling, but we need to make sure all sectors are accountable to ensure recovery from these low levels. The council needs to roll up their sleeves and focus on Apelio bycatch, both observed and unobserved. The directed fishery should pursue more flexible management to reduce size limits when size of maturity drops to reduce bycatch. Industry participants are already working with the state on this. In my opinion, other sectors have not responded appropriately to the request for voluntary measures, and now is the time to begin action. PSC limits for Apelio do not work. The pot cod sector needs PSC limits, and the Amendment 80 sector needs reduced levels so they have an incentive to stay away from Apelio. And the Pollock sector simply does not retain crab, as we all know, while fishing on the bottom with chains when crab are molting during bee season. No amount of tweaking PSC can fix this if they continue to fish on the bottom in areas of known crab abundance and only get 34 crab. As a result, closure areas need to be instituted that protect sensitive life stages of Apelio. And yes, there are traditional areas that females congregate, mate, and molt. These closures need to be maintained until real-world research shows impact is minimal, or gear modifications in this sector are completed that show they are minimal, or they choose to fish midwater. I'm very disappointed in the lack of collaboration and discussion of any real-world field work regarding the potential of unobserved mortality. A year has gone by with no progress, and it's time to initiate action or behavior will not change.
Right. Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Paulson. Are there any questions? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Paulson. I just couldn't hear your first recommendations, which I think were on SSC recommendations about the snow crab model. Could you repeat those?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just, the main thing is accepting the model and not moving to tier 4. I think that my point was that the model may not be perfect. It's a very challenging model. There's there's gaps in data. There's a couple of big ones. Females are sometimes above the standard survey area. So females are a challenge to try to model. Size of maturity has fluctuated recently. It dove to much smaller sizes in 2016, 17, 18, and 19. And it may even continue to be smaller than normal. And that's causing issues with modeling. But the point is, the model's better than moving to tier 4. We need to continue to support the model. And I have all the faith in Cody, our stock assessment author, to be able to try to bridge the gaps, but we do need more data and focus on the gaps we have.
Thank you. As a second question, Mr. Chair, Mr. Paulson, you also had a comment about more stations, and I just wanted to follow up on your recommendations on what I assume is the survey.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Ms. Kimball, I guess, we've been, the last year, crabbers have been pushing back against less stations, and it's frustrating because you have corner stations around St. Paul or the Prairie Bluff Islands and St. Matthew, which are important. We've had, the stations along the shelf break that are important that we'd like to. We think there's years where there is crab down there. I'm not sure that we know in 2018-19 there was crab there. I'm not sure there are actually, sorry, 2020. I'm not sure there is now, but it's a gap in data. And obviously the Northern Bering Sea is becoming a much higher priority for crab. The point is, if anything, we need to be adding stations, not taking away.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Further questions for Mr. Paulson? All right, thank you again for your testimony.
Thank you.
All right, last up is Mike Shelford. Ms. Davis, can
Hello, can you hear me?
Oh, yes, we can. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. My name is Mike Shelford. My family is longtime active participants in the Bering Sea crab fisheries. Shelford's Boat Limited as a company has been active participants almost every year since 1995. As a family, we have been involved in the Bering Sea crab fisheries since the 1960s. To say that our family has relied heavily on king crab and opilio for our livelihoods is an understatement. We find ourselves in extremely difficult and challenging times. The drop in opilio stocks and the closure of the king crab fishery are catastrophic. Not only are we facing a continued closure of the king crab fishery, but a closure in the opilio fishery as well now. The Bering Sea crab fishery is a unique fishery as it is made up of a lot of small family businesses, but the industry requires large boats with extremely high expenses. Any size fishery for both king and opilio crab is crucial in allowing these small businesses to stay afloat. There are enough legal male king crab to have a fishery, and the females are within a margin of error to have a fishery. As for opilio, the scientists even say that us having a directed fishery will not affect the rebuilding of this stock. I ask for the council support for the state to give us a king and opilio fishery this year. I also ask that the council support ABSC's emergency request for a closure of the king crab savings area. I ask that this closure pertain to all trawl gear as well as pot gear targeting cod. This is a crucial habitat for the rebuilding of the king crab stock and must be protected. I also support all the positions outlined in the Alaskan Bering Sea Crabbers comment letter. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shelford. Are there any questions? Okay, thank you for your testimony. Okay, that concludes public comment on C1. What action would the council like to take?
Did you send it? Mr. Chair, I have a motion that I think has been sent to staff. Okay, thank you.
Ms. Baker, looks like they don't have the motion yet.
Okay, I'll hang on. It might be on its way.
Yeah. We can stand down for a couple of minutes in the room here. Stay close. Council, please come back to order. All right, Ms. Baker, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a motion that staff hopefully will post in a moment.
We can just, looks like it's coming up now.
I'll begin. The council accepts the crab safe report and adopts the following OFLs and ABCs recommended by the SSC for Eastern Bering Sea snow crab, Bristol Bay red king crab, Eastern Bering Sea tanner crab, St. Matthew Island blue king crab, and Pribilof Islands red king crab. The recommended OFLs and ABCs for the years are in the table displayed here. I won't read through the individual stocks. That's my motion, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you, Ms. Baker. Is there a second? Seconded by Ms. Vanderhoven. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To begin, I would like to thank the stock assessment authors for their work and the crab plan team and the SSC members for their careful consideration of the science underlying this process. These harvest specifications, as recommended by the SSC, are based on the best available science. Overfishing did not occur for any of these stocks last year. Two of these stocks, snow crab and St. Matthew Island blue king crab, continue to be in an overfished condition. In making this motion, I think I speak for all council members in saying that we continue to be very concerned about the low abundance of many Bering Sea crab stocks due to recruitment challenges and the effects of recent marine heat waves. The concurrent decline in multiple Bering Sea crab stocks is unprecedented, as we've heard in testimony, and we acknowledge the substantial negative economic and social impacts this is having on affected harvesters, processors, and communities. And as staff reminded us earlier today, and as we've been discussing, this council action on harvest specifications does not include crab fishery catch limits or tax, because the state of Alaska, not the council, establishes Bering Sea crab fishery tax. And just wanted to note that consistent with past practice, ADF&G expects to make announcements soon regarding directed crab fisheries for the upcoming crab fishing year. And because it's been a topic of discussion in setting crab tax, the state is guided by regulatory harvest strategies that take into account several factors to the extent information is available. And I'll just list those because the council doesn't typically receive information on state crab harvest strategy on a regular basis. For example, first, whether the ACL, or in our case, ABC for a crab stock was exceeded in the previous year. Second, stock status relative to the OFL and ABC, estimates of exploitable biomass, estimates of recruitment, estimates of regulatory thresholds, market and other economic considerations, additional uncertainty, and finally, any additional factors pertaining to the health and status of the stock or the marine ecosystem. And I provide that list of considerations that ADF&G takes into account for its harvest strategies and setting tax to assure those of you who've testified to us that, very similar to this council process for groundfish tax, for example, although ADF&G's primary concern when setting crab tax is the long-term sustainability of the stocks, we carefully consider the impacts of tax decisions on affected industry and communities. And we're committed to working through the current challenges with crab fishery participants. We very much appreciate the input we've received here at the council. We know many of you have spoken with the Commissioner of Fish and Game and our staff in the Westford region and conveyed your concerns. And so we appreciate that very much. But in terms of this motion, again, we are moving forward the SSC's recommendations, or I am moving forward the SSC's recommendations for OFL and ABC consistent with our obligations for the Bering Sea crab stocks. With that, Mr. Chair, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Are there questions on the motion? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Baker, for the motion. My question is, we received our SSC report with multiple other recommendations for things to pursue. Some of those were directly model recommendations, but some were cooperative research on further tagging studies, SSC recommendation to estimate unobserved mortality from trawl gear for use in assessments in the future, the contribution of Northern Bering Sea stocks and how to move that into the assessment. I didn't see anything specific or explicit in the motion that says we're picking up SSC recommendations. So my question is whether that's implicit in your motion or worthy of amendment. Often we are explicit about it and other times we just speak to it. So I'd appreciate your response to that.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Kimball, for the motion. Just making sure. I don't misspeak. Thank you. Yes, those recommendations were not explicit in the motion, consistent with our past practice, to the extent possible, considering staff resources. I would be recommending the SSC recommendations be adopted. I hesitated to be very specific because, as my questions of Dr. Muter indicated, and as we've been talking about here, sometimes it's a little bit difficult to figure out, quite frankly, the process for picking up those SSC recommendations. And so my hope, as we always do, is that there will be a coordinated effort among stock assessment authors and the crab plan team to adopt those SSC recommendations, given the importance, as we discussed earlier with Dr. Muter, at the SSC and the ongoing condition of crab stocks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Further questions on the motion? Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Baker. Thank you for the motion. I just, I sitting next to Ms. Drobnica, I'm reminded of the Larry Cotter spouting whale gets the harpoon, and I'm not trying to be a spouting whale here, but I am curious. So the much of the comments that we heard under this agenda item were for considerations by the state. So I think that in many respects, so a lot of those comments were directed towards you, Ms. Baker, as the deputy commissioner. And the AP offered some language here, although the way I read it is very clunky, but they offered something which you didn't. You spoke to that a little bit. The industry has had the chance to make their voice heard at the state. But I guess, could you just speak, just for my curiosity, and I'm really curious about this, what flexibility really does exist? I mean, is there no flexibility, or is there some flexibility? I'm just wondering, we're going to hear these tax released soon, as you said, and I'm sure there's a lot of people that have testified that are curious as to, is there mechanisms for flexibility? And I know this is not a council question, but it's a question that I think is a proper question based on the testimony that I heard. Thank you.
Mr. Down, I'm struggling with the question a little bit because it's not necessarily to the motion as opposed to the state process. So I'll look to Ms. Baker to see if she wishes to respond to that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be brief. Mr. Down, I am not the appropriate person to speak about the state's crab harvest strategy. We have phenomenal regional staff who are not here, and because they're working on these very issues. My intent in my comments on the motion, in identifying for the council and for the public the factors that ADF&G considers in its harvest strategies for crab, much like the council when setting tax. There are several factors to be balanced. There are some requirements in regulation and in harvest strategies, and I'm not the appropriate person to speak to what those are. And so flexibility is in the eye of the beholder. And my intent in listing those items was to give you and the public an idea of the types of factors that ADF&G balances when setting tax. And that's the most appropriate response to your question.
Thank you very much. Yeah, Mr. Chairman, my question was in response to the public testimony, and thank you for that you did list those in your rationale for the motion. I appreciate that. And I appreciate very much you answering that question. I was not intending to put you in a bad position there. Thank you.
All right. Further questions on the motion? Any amendments to the motion? Okay. Comments on the motion? Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. These comments that I'm about to offer aren't really germane to the motion itself. They're more as I've reflected on the public testimony that we've heard on this issue. And my context for how I've been listening is that I haven't heard anything from the SSC or the plan team that tells me that things are going to get much better in the next few years. And so as there's been discussion of what a limited fishery might look like, I've been trying to think about it in that context. I do strongly believe that there's value in considering that kind of a concept, because I think it's important to for an industry like this to work to maintain infrastructure, to work to maintain as many of the businesses as possible that are being affected. But as I was asking questions and hearing answers and hearing testimony, it just became abundantly clear to me that at this point, the idea of a limited fishery is, to quote, is very much right now in the eye of the beholder. And what looks limited to one group may not look limited to another, and one form of a limited fishery may not meet the objectives of another. And so I don't know what the state's going to do. I know they've listened carefully and are continuing to listen carefully and think, and I know they care about these issues too. But I got to tell you, if I were in the position of the state right now, I'd go, oh, this would have been great to be talking about 6 months ago. And I know that 6 months ago, we didn't know a lot of what's in front of us now, but I think we now know what things are going to look like for the next few years. And I think regardless of what the state chooses to do this year, I think the challenge is really to industry to work together, communities, harvest sector, processors, and others, and provide some concrete proposals for what something like this might look like that can be worked with the agency, in this case, ADF&G, and the board. All I know is that if I were in the commissioner's seat right now, having heard what I heard over the last couple of days, I'd be sympathetic, but I'd also be going, I don't understand how a small fishery is going to come together. There's basic tools here that have just been briefly mentioned, but without enough detail to, on a very, very short time period, adopt. And again, I don't know what the commissioner is going to do. As Ms. Baker said, the state agency's got a lot of talented staff on this. I know they've been thinking about it, but I do know that whatever they do, I think it's incumbent on industry to start thinking now about what a small fishery looks like, maybe for a longer period of time. So addressing the kinds of questions like, how do you consolidate in a way that actually doesn't simply replicate some of the consolidations of the past in terms of issues like lease rates and job losses? How do you choose a number that doesn't affect rebuilding, but does provide enough provide enough crab coming on shore to actually maintain some amount of the processing infrastructure and the community infrastructure? How do you ensure that the goals of the regionalization objectives that have been established for this program continue to be met? Those are all questions that I didn't hear answers to. And that I think if we're going to have a small fishery proposal that really does address what I think is going to be a longer term problem, I think we're going to be in the same spot next year. So I really want to encourage people to put their heads together and come forward with some proposals that have enough detail that they can begin to work with the agency and with others, so that they're ready a lot sooner than a few days before the decision has to be made next year. I want to thank everybody for their thoughtful testimony, again, assure people that you've been heard. And I think there's some nuggets of some very good ideas, but timing is everything. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Further comments on the motion? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be supporting the motion, and I listened carefully to Ms. Baker's rationale and understand why we've honed in on what our role is today under this agenda item. But I also, like Mr. Twite, heard a lot of other ideas that will cascade into our other agenda items that will be helpful to keep in mind when we get later in our agenda. I also listened to your comments, Mr. Twite. I personally hope the state does use the flexibility they have in their current harvest strategies to open all 3 fisheries, but only if that's consistent with the harvest strategy. And as Ms. Baker said, the long-term sustainability of the stock. I absolutely hope the state uses the flexibility that they have. We heard from all sorts of people on the hardships on all fronts, both harvesters, communities, processing components in those communities. And so if there's the ability for open directed fisheries, I think everybody hopes that that's the case. I also heard there may be difficulty with small fisheries, especially with some components of our crab rationalization program, but that's not on the table today. And I heard loud and clear, we'd rather have a small fishery than no fishery. So those problems could be addressed by the fleet in combination of discussions with the processors and the community leadership. So I'm hopeful for that as well, even though that's not our role here today. I think it's positive to get that kind of testimony and to understand both our role, but our desire for the use of that flexibility, even if it's not part of our authority in this action item. So I appreciate Ms. Baker's motion and her rationale as stated, and I'll be in support.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Well said. Further comments? Right, Mr. Witherell.
Calling the roll on the motion to set Bering Sea crab, OFL, and ABC harvest specifications. Ms. Baker,
Yes.
Mr. Down,
Yes.
Ms. Drobnica,
Yes.
Mr. Jensen,
Yes.
Ms. Kimball,
Yes.
Mr. Curlin,
Yes.
Mr. Mesereau,
Yes.
Mr. Twite,
Yes.
Ms. Vanderhoven,
Yes.
Mr. Williams,
Yes.
Mr. Canine.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously 11-0.
Thank you, Mr. Witherell. Anything further? Okay, if there's nothing further on C1, thank you very much, Ms. Baker, and to the staff and the public for all the great testimony and input. That will conclude agenda item C1. We will move into C2. Yep. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. Are you ready for us to get started?
Yes, we are.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for the record. My name is Kate Hoppola with council staff. Today, the council is going to be receiving a presentation on the C2 agenda item, which is a draft for final action on the Bering Sea, Aleutian Island, Pacific Cod small vessel access issue. Myself and Miss Abby John from the NIMS Alaska Regional Office will be giving the presentation today and available for questions. And I'll just note that Miss Krista Milani with NIMS in-season management is available online for any questions that the council might have specific to in-season management. Posted to the council's agenda for this item is the action memo, the analysis, and then there are several written public comments for the council as well. A reminder that this action is for a proposed amendment to the Bering Sea, Aleutian Island groundfish FMP. It would require smaller vessels that currently operate in the under 60 sector to harvest Pacific cod from the jig sector's allocation. And the scope of this action is limited to the under 60 sector as well as the jig sector. And as such, it would not redefine any other Pacific cod sector under Amendment 85 or their allocation. Briefly recapping the history of the council's action on this issue. In 2019, at the October meeting, the council took action to initiate a discussion paper to evaluate the impact of allowing smaller fixed gear vessels to fish off the jig sector's allocation. And that discussion paper was tasked in response to public testimony from some smaller fixed gear vessel stakeholders describing how increased competition within their current under 60 sector was negatively impacting those smaller vessels. And then the council received a presentation on that discussion paper at its June 2021 meeting and adopted a purpose and need statement as well as a set of alternatives for analysis. At the council's June 2022 meeting in Sitka, the council received an initial review draft of that analysis, modified its purpose and need statement, and selected a preliminary preferred alternative. And the action before the council at this meeting is to review the final action draft and recommend a preferred alternative. The council modified and adopted this purpose and needs statement on June 10th, 2022. Is that increased participation, reduced Pacific cod tax, and fewer reallocations from other Pacific cod sectors have resulted in shortened seasons for the under 60-foot hook and line and pot catcher vessel Pacific cod sector. Due to their size, smaller vessels in this sector are particularly affected by these shortened seasons because vessel operators have less flexibility to fish when the weather is poor, and they typically fish in waters closer to port, which may be less productive. The jig sector allocation has not historically been fully utilized, particularly in the A and the C seasons, and allowing these smaller catcher vessels using hook and line and pot gear to harvest Pacific cod from the jig sector allocation may increase stability for current fishery participants and potential new entrants with smaller catcher vessels without negatively impacting those vessels that use jig gear. The council's preliminary preferred alternative, alternative 2, option 1, including the sub option, is shown on the slide here in bold. Under the PPA, all hook and line and pot vessels with a reported LOA of 55 feet in length or less on their FFP and jig vessels would form the new small vessel sector and be required to harvest Pacific cod from the current jig sector's 1.4% allocation. The new small vessel sector would have its TAC apportioned on a trimester basis, which mirrors the status quo for the current jig sector. Because the PPA would split hook and line and pot vessels based on their length, the larger vessels that are currently in the under 60 sector with the reported LOA of 56 to 59 feet in length would be in the redefined under 60 sector, and vessels in that redefined sector would be required to harvest Pacific cod from the current under 60 sector's 2% allocation. The redefined under 60 sector would continue to have access to its entire allocation of Pacific cod on January 1st. Vessels would be required to harvest Pacific cod from either sector's allocation based on the vessel's gear type and length. And that means that they would not be able to opt into one sector or another. And vessel owners are responsible for ensuring that their LOA is correct on their FFP. And NIMS will use the LOA that's associated with the FFP to determine which sector a vessel will be participating in. I'd also note that the PPA includes the sub option, which would require vessels in the new small vessel sector to use jig gear in the B season. In other words, the B season, which occurs during the summer months, would be a jig only fishery. This slide just highlights some of the primary analytical changes to the RIR in response to the SSC's comments, as well as the council's rationale from the June 2022 minutes in motion. Over the summer, analytical staff have worked to address the SSC's recommendation to more clearly and more thoroughly explain the uncertainties that are associated with this action, and mainly that staff cannot be sure of the future fishing behavior of smaller hook and line and pot vessels, which does make it challenging to analyze the impacts of the timing of potential reallocations, as well as the associated revenue impacts. Staff provided more information on the overall count of days that the under 60 sector is fishing in the calendar year compared to the size of their final allocation. And section 4.1 of the analysis contains this information, which reports that when the under 60 sector has historically had a smaller allocation, NIMS has taken management action earlier in the year to close that sector. Staff have also worked to provide more information and specificity about the swing vessels with a reported LOA of exactly 56 feet in length overall that would be impacted by the PPA. And section 4.3.3 of the analysis provides new information on potential vessel safety and stability considerations under the PPA, as well as the spatial footprint of the under 60 sector broken out by vessel LOA to provide more information on where vessels are targeting Pacific cod. And finally, one policy consideration for the council in June was whether Pacific cod TAC would roll over to the next fishing season or be reallocated seasonally in that new small vessel sector. And the council stated in June 2022 that its preference was to maintain the current reallocation hierarchy, which would allow in-season managers to make reallocations of Pacific cod when projected unused amounts are available. And this iteration of the analysis clarifies how that policy choice would work, as well as the impacts of it. Transitioning to an analysis of impacts. The council's PPA would not impact the Pacific cod allocation amount for the jig and under 60 sectors, which have been set at 1.4% and 2% since 2008 under Amendment 85. The PPA would, however, impact the vessel size and the gear type that would be required in order to harvest Pacific cod from these allocations. And this action would likely impact the reallocations of Pacific cod between the two sectors, and specifically that reallocation from the jig sector to the under 60 sector. The PPA would impact the composition of the current BSAI Pacific cod jig and under 60 sectors. So since 2008, the jig sector has had 33 unique vessels participate with an annual average level of participation of 4 vessels. There is one vessel that has regularly participated in this jig sector, and it would be most impacted in a scenario where the sub option was not included in a preferred alternative. Since 2008, there are 94 unique hook and line or pot vessels that have participated in the under 60 sector with an annual average level of participation of 27 vessels. Within this sector, there are 61 vessels that are greater than 56 feet in length overall, 5 that have a reported LOA of exactly 56 feet in length, and 28 that have an LOA of 55 feet or less. And then table 4.3 that's displayed here on this slide uses historical data to depict the count of vessels that would have been in the new small vessel sector and the redefined under 60 sector had they existed since 2008. So under the PPA, there would have been an annual average level of participation of 9 vessels in the new small vessel sector and 22 in that redefined under 60 sector. As mentioned just previously, this action would likely impact the reallocations of Pacific cod between the two sectors, and specifically that reallocation from jig to the under 60 sector. So decisions to reallocate Pacific cod are based on the hierarchy that is set in federal regulations, and any choice to reallocate Pacific cod among sectors considers their capacity to harvest their initial allocation and any additional reallocation that they may receive. And as shown in table 3.3 here on this slide, the under 60 sector is the only BSAI Pacific Cod sector that does not have its TAC apportioned seasonally. Any unused portion of the seasonal allowance for any cod sector except for jig is rolled over to that next sector's fishing season, which makes reallocations of cod in the A season very rare outside of the jig exception. And it's been the under 60 sector that has historically benefited from this regulation by receiving a reallocation from jig early in the year. Current regulations also require that any unused sea season allowance in the jig sector be reallocated to the under 60 sector on or near September 1st, which has historically reopened the under 60 sector for fall fishing before reallocations from other sectors may be made available later in the year. These annually variable but regularly occurring reallocations from jig to the under 60 sector have been important, and they provide the under 60 sector additional fishing opportunities later in the year. Since 2008, 95% of the jig sector's initial allocation has been reallocated to the under 60 sector, and those reallocations have accounted for approximately 30% of the under 60 sector's final allocation.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Hepplett. On that point for the component of the jig sector's reallocations being 30% of the sector's final allocation, that's for the entire year. That's not just a season reallocations.
Thank you through the chair, Ms. Kimball. That's correct. It's for the entire year, not just the A season.
And follow up, do we have, I could do the math, but do we have that calculation just for the A season component?
Thank you through the chair. The analysis does not break out the contribution of the jig sector's reallocation by season. No.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Drobnica.
And thank you through the chair. So you may not be able to answer this question either, but do you know how that's translated into the season length and how much that reallocation has lengthened the A season?
Thank you through the chair. Ms. Drobnica, that was a large part of the AP's consideration for this action. And so myself and Ms. John did work with in-season management staff to try and take a look at that. Table 4-1 in the analysis looks at the overall season length, but it doesn't compare when that initial reallocation occurred and then the time between that initial reallocation and the sector's closing date. It's a little tricky to figure out exactly because the answer depends on whether NMFS has published an information bulletin, and some years they do and some years they don't. So what we were able to take a look at is that the initial allocation, the A season reallocation from jig to the under 60 sector looks as though it usually provides an additional 3 to 6 days of fishing opportunity early in the year for the under 60 sector. And I'll just pause to see if Ms. John or Ms. Milani want to add to that.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Dr. Hopla. Please continue.
Okay, so in June, the council did state that its preference would be to maintain the current reallocation hierarchy. And this means that TAC would not roll over to the new small vessel sector's fishing season, and instead in-season management would be able to make reallocations based on the hierarchy that's set in federal regulations when there would be projected unused TAC available. Under this approach, there are a couple of different scenarios for the council to consider. So first, if the redefined under 60 sector was still open when NMFS was able to project that there would be unused Pacific cod TAC in the new small vessel sector, NMFS could make that reallocation in a way that would allow the redefined under 60 sector to continue fishing without experiencing a disruption. And that would mirror how in-season management currently makes those reallocations early in the year. If the redefined under 60 sector were already closed and a reallocation could be made, it's important to note that it does not mean that NMFS would necessarily be able to reopen that sector. NMFS would only be able to reopen the sector if there were enough TAC to conservatively manage the sector and if there were vessels that were available to fish. Under the PPA, the timing of the reallocation from the new small vessel sector to the redefined under 60 sector could change, and there's uncertainty about the future fishing behavior of those smaller hook and line and pot vessels. And it would take NMFS a couple of years in order to figure out how to better predict when or if reallocations could occur.
Ms. Kimball.
Do you want us to wait for questions?
No, I think-
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. Hapala, on that, and I see your middle unbolded bullets is the reallocation approach that NMFS takes to every sector. But my question is there any more you can share, NMFS can share on the trigger, I guess, that they would consider? Would all vessels in this new redefined small sector need to be done fishing in order for any reallocation in the A season to occur? Would everybody need to be off the grounds, or could they make a judgment call on projected effort? Would one vessel still be out there and hang up a reallocation? That's my question.
Thank you through the chair, Ms. Kimball. I'm going to see if Ms. Malani is available to answer that question. And if not, I'm happy to proceed, but.
Yeah, Ms. Kimball, through the chair. This is Krista Malani, and I work for National Marine Fisheries Service. I'm part of the in-season management team. So when considering reallocations, there's a couple of things that we're looking at. So first, we're following the reallocation hierarchy that's in regulations under Amendment 80. And then we rely on historical knowledge of the fishery. So for example, we often or almost always reallocate jig A season almost immediately to the under 60s, because we know from history that, that they don't fish that much in the A season. Then we look at the current year, what's happening, like how many vessels are participating, what their harvest looks like, and we try to judge if that's the same as what we see historically. And then we look to see if there are vessels around that are eligible to receive that reallocation, and if there's enough tack to reopen the fishery if it's already closed. So we would not necessarily need to wait for all the fishing to be complete to make a judgment on whether or not a reallocation could occur. But if we don't know, if it's a newer sector and we're unsure of what the future participation might be in that season, then we would likely wait to see what that looks like first.
Thank you, Ms. Malani. All right, Dr. Hapala.
Okay, thank you. The council is considering this action to provide more stability to smaller hook and line and pot gear vessels. And so to gain a better understanding of where these vessels are operating when targeting federal BSAI Pacific Cod, analytical staff worked with ACFIN, and figures 4.3, 4.4, and 4.5 provide an understanding of the spatial footprint of this under 60 sector by vessel LOA. And so these images aggregate the landings of federal Pacific Cod by vessels in the different LOA subgroups from 2008 to 2021 across ADFNG stat areas, and the density of landings for hook and line and pot vessels that are less than or equal to 55 in length overall is highest near shore in waters by Dutch Harbor and Alaska, where the density of landings for those larger vessels that are greater than 56 feet in length overall is in federal waters near Unimac Pass. And it may be that smaller vessels typically fish waters closer to shore due to their size. And likewise, it's possible, but it is difficult to predict and pinpoint as a direct cause that the ability of larger vessels to fish the more productive grounds near Unimac Pass contributes to the unintended intersector competition. It's unlikely that the council's PPA would impact where smaller hook and line and pot vessels target federal Pacific Cod, because their fishing locations are at least in part informed by broader considerations than just their length. So for example, a vessel's overall seaworthiness or whether a processor is available. However, the PPA could have a positive impact on the safety and the stability of those smaller hook and line and pot vessels that would be in the new small vessel sector by allowing them more flexibility to determine when to fish and when it is safest for them, absent the competition of those larger vessels, and it's anticipated that some smaller vessels could have an extended A season. Conversely, the PPA could have a negative impact on larger hook and line and pot vessels that could fish at a faster pace earlier in the year when there would be less BSAI Pacific cod tack available without an A season reallocation. And that could have cumulative impacts on the vessel's safety. And it's more challenging for NIMS to conservatively manage fisheries when they are with smaller quotas and fished at a faster pace. There were no changes to the analytical approach that was used to analyze the revenue impacts since June 2022 and the SSC's review of this analysis. However, staff were able to add 2021 revenue data. And so as the council heard in June, there is some uncertainty about the magnitude of the incidental revenue impacts stemming from potential changes in reallocations of Pacific cod. However, in a scenario where NIMS could no longer maintain the historically common reallocation from jig to the under 60 sector, the incidental allocative impacts would negatively affect the larger vessels remaining in the redefined under 60 sector. Looking at historical data, the estimated annual average gross ex-vessel revenue impact for hook and line or pot vessels that are greater than 56 feet in length overall would be a revenue decrease of $1.22 million on average, accounting for 22% of these vessels' total revenue for the federal Pacific cod fishery on average. And then responding to some of the SSC's comments, the analysis does include more information on the magnitude of revenue impacts. So there are 7 vessels with the reported LOA greater than 56 feet in length that depend on this federal Pacific cod fishery for more than 80% of their total revenue for all fisheries. And because these vessels have primarily only targeted federal cod, it's unlikely that they would be able to easily compensate for this loss. And again, when looking at historical revenue data, the estimated annual average additional revenue opportunity for hook and line or pot CVs that are less than or equal to 56 feet in length overall would have been an additional $1.15 million under alternative 2. And this is nearly a 100% increase in the smaller vessels revenue opportunity. And so of the 33 hook and line or pot vessels in this size group, the federal BSAI Pacific cod fishery contributes less than 10% of the total revenue for 24 vessels. And these smaller fixed gear vessels are heavily engaged in and dependent on the IFQ fisheries.
Ms. Drobnica.
Thank you. Through the chair, Kate, do we know in regards to those 7 vessels that have an 80% reliance on their total revenue when they're fishing? Are we assuming they're fishing both A and C seasons? And this is a reflection of the portion, the relative dependence on the portion of the federal fishery or all cod fisheries, including the GHL.
Thank you through the chair. The revenue analysis doesn't break out their participation in the A or the C seasons. I would note that it's much more common for a vessel to regularly participate early in the year and then choose to come back in the fall. So in terms of the specificity, I can't answer that for these 7 vessels because we didn't break out the revenue analysis that way. I'm just noting what's common in terms of their fishing behavior. And then for these 7 vessels, the majority of their revenue comes from the federal target fishery. It is common that for larger pot vessels that are 58 feet in length, overall, they will go and participate in the Dutch Harbor Subdistrict GHL fishery. And I think there are a couple of these vessels that have in some years, but for the majority of these 7, they are consistently participating in just that federal fishery.
Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I unfortunately didn't hear your last comment on your last bullet. You indicated that the boats in this group were heavily dependent upon, that was your last statement. What was it you said, please?
Yes, thank you through the chair. The smaller fixed gear vessels, the hook and line and pot vessels, primarily the hook and line vessels, are heavily dependent and engaged in the IFQ fisheries, so halibut and sablefish fisheries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hopla. Please continue.
Okay. So the Dutch Harbor Subdistrict, or the DHS pot fishery, opened 7 days after the federal BSAI Pacific Cod under 60 sector closes, and it's open to vessels that are less than or equal to 58 feet in length overall using pot gear. And under alternative 2, or the PPA, the Board of Fish would need to address the trigger for opening this DHS pot fishery. And that's because redefining the under 60 sector under alternative 2 would trigger the state's action on this issue. If the council were to select alternative 2 as its preferred alternative, the Board of Fish would need to address this trigger. And it's uncertain what action the Board of Fish would take in order to open the Dutch Harbor Subdistrict pot fishery. So the Board of Fish could choose the new small vessel sector closing date, the redefined under 60 sector closing date, or some other trigger to open that fishery, such as a hard date. And if the Board of Fish chose to use a sector's closure date as the trigger, there would likely be negative impacts for those pot vessels that do not operate in the trigger sector. So there are 11 pot vessels that are less than or equal to 56 feet in length overall that have participated in the federal BSAI Pacific Cod fishery, and 5 of those have also participated in the Dutch Harbor State Waters fishery between 2014 and 2021. And I would just note that 2014 was the first year that that State Waters fishery was open. For these 5 vessels, the State Waters fishery has contributed 1.51 million in annual average ex-vessel revenue. And then there are 42 pot vessels that are greater than 56 feet in length that have participated in the federal BSAI Pacific Cod fishery, and 38 of those have also participated in the Dutch Harbor State Waters fishery. And for those 38 vessels, the Dutch Harbor Subdistrict State Waters fishery has contributed 7.27 million in annual average gross ex-vessel revenue. Okay. The council's PPA also includes the sub option, which would require vessels to use jig gear in order to harvest Pacific cod in the new small vessel sector's B season. There are no anticipated impacts of including the sub option. That's because jig deliveries have historically been concentrated in the B season, and hook and line and pot vessels in the A and C season, which is also when that sector has historically been open.
Good morning. Excuse me. Good morning, members of the council. Abby John with the National Marine Fisheries Service. So on section 4.4, page 66 of the analysis shows table 4-10. And this table provides a brief summary of impacts relative to the preliminary determination that this action would qualify for a categorical exclusion. This determination is subject to further review under NEPA. This action is unlikely to result in substantial modifications of fishing location, timing, effort, authorized gear types, and harvest levels. And a brief summary of these. So this action is not likely to change fishing location, as this is outside the scope of the action. The action would minimally redistribute effort and modify timing relative to the overall Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands Pacific cod fishery. Timing and frequency of reallocations would change for the redefined less than 60 sector, as we spoke to previously in the analysis. Under this action, there would be no changes to authorized gear types. Hook and line, pot, and jig gear are authorized under the Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands Groundfish FMP. Federal cod, Pacific cod fishery sectors are defined by gear type, operation type, and vessel size categories. And there would be no changes to harvest levels in terms of the TAC, since it is set in accordance with the Pacific cod biomass.
Ms. Bush has a question.
Yeah, thank you. In regards to the timing and frequency of reallocations and when those would occur, the analysis says that in the sea season, they would be likely to occur after September 1st. What impact might that have based on recent years and the Bering Sea closing earlier?
Thank you, through the chair. So in a scenario where the council were to move forward with alternative 2 and the PPA. Sorry for the feedback. We would expect that the smaller hook and line and pot gear vessels in the new small vessel sector would have a chance to fish off of that historic jig sea season on September 1st. And we don't know at what point they would wrap up their fishing season. So we would anticipate that a reallocation could occur later in the year to the redefined under 60 sector. And if that reallocation were to occur later in the year, so say, for example, this year on October 15th, the redefined under 60 sector could be reopened, but if the Bering Sea were to have closed before that reallocation could be made, those vessels would need to target their reallocation fishing in the Aleutian Islands, which is not a place where they have historically been fishing.
Thank you, Dr. Hopla. Just a quick reminder to the public, if you wish to testify, please sign up prior to the end of the AP report. We don't have an SSC report on this. Please continue.
And for section 5, monitoring and enforcement considerations, for implementation of this action, regulatory revisions would be required to modify naming conventions for the revised sectors and to include the new small vessel sector in the annual harvest specifications process for incidental catch allowance calculations. Vessels would be placed into either the new small vessel sector or the redefined under 60 sector based on the length overall reported to NMFS on the federal fisheries permit. NMFS does not intend to measure vessels in affected sectors or require participants to submit their length overall as a result of this action. However, as common in other sectors, if enforcement officials find a discrepancy between the value reported and the value measured, the vessel operator would be required to update their permit length for compliance with regulations. If this action were to go through, there would be a growth period following implementation. This is for in-season management, for outreach to the new sectors, and for enforcement. And as stated previously in the presentation, there's uncertainty with reallocation timing and frequency. This uncertainty would decrease over time as more is understood about the participation for the redefined sectors and when reallocations may occur. And with that, that wraps up our presentation. And we'd like to thank our contributors for this analysis. And with that, we're happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. John and Dr. Hopla. Any final questions? Thank you. Okay, that will bring us to our advisory panel report.
Okay, good morning again. For the record, Ruth Christensen and Lauren Mitchell here to give the advisory panel report on agenda item C2. Maybe, hold on. Stand by, sorry. Lauren's prepared. I will let her read it. Sorry that we do not have it up on the screen for you guys.
The AP recommends the council take final action and adopt their preliminary preferred alternative. Alternative 1, status quo, and bolded alternative 2, redefine the current BSAI Pacific Cod jig sector to include hook and line pot CVs less than or equal to bolded option 1, 55 length overall, option 2, 56 length overall, and bolded sub option B season fishery would remain jig gear only fishery.
I don't see that it's posted. Hopefully we can get it posted here shortly.
We will get that posted for you guys right away.
Yeah. Okay. Are there
in quick summary, the AP supports adoption of the council's preliminary preferred alternative from the previous meeting.
All right, thank you. Questions on the AP report? Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your concise report. It would be helpful to see the rationale points for the folks that voted against it so that we can ask some meaningful questions of these fine co-chairs. Can we stand down just for a minute and get that?
Okay, let's stand down, get this posted. Okay, council, please come back to order. All right, thank you for your patience here. We've had a chance to look at the AP minutes and rationale. Are there any questions? Ms. Drobnica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Lauren and Ruth. I know that these minutes take a long time and a lot of thought are put into it. So thank you. And thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving us a couple moments to review them. In the rationale to opposition on the second to last bullet, I read this action may have been more relevant in past years. And I was wondering if you could expand on the discussion around the table as to what conditions in the fishery, either the federal side or the state side, may have changed in the last year or two to suggest that this should be, there'd be some stickiness to this and we would see continued opportunity in either of these fisheries and a longer season. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Drobnica, for the question and through the chair. So this was not discussed in length at the table. It was mentioned by some of the AP members as well as in public testimony, but there was not a lot of expanded discussion onto why it is not currently relevant. So I apologize that we did not go into it further. Some of the understanding that I took away from the conversation was that there are more opportunities for all stakeholders in the fishery to participate in the state water fishery that come to an almost year-round participation opportunity. And so my understanding is I think it was relevant to those comments that were made.
Any further questions, Ms. Bush?
Thank you. Ruth and Lauren, was there any discussion in the AP about entry into the groundfish fisheries and the progression of how that may occur for some participants?
Through the chair, Ms. Bush, yes. And for those AP members that voice support for this motion, that was one of their reasons for supporting. And it was mentioned that, jumping into this action would help preserve that entry level opportunity that people need in order to move forward, I guess, within fishing sectors. So we did discuss that.
Any further questions? Great, thank you. Okay, that will bring us into public comment. Looks like we have 13 signed up to testify. First up is Dustin Dickerson.
Well, first of all, our heart goes out to the crabbers, and we at the Unalaska Fishing Association wish them the best of luck. For the record, my name is Dustin Dickerson, and I am a longtime small boat fisherman from Unalaska. I am here representing the Unalaska Native Fishermen's Association. Members of the council, I am grateful for the opportunity to speak before you today. We have arrived at final action, and we appreciate the council's responsiveness to our request to bring back balance into the Bering Sea small boat fleet. It has been our goal to leave this fishery the way we found it, one that provides the same opportunities that we had, an opportunity for someone to start small and grow. And this action will do that. And so we support the PPA of 55 LOA with the sub option to keep B season as jig only. There are many reasons this is a good idea, but I've spoken to them over the course of the last 3 or 4 years, and I don't see the point of bringing them up again. That said, one issue has recently come to light. Given the fact that we haven't had a cod buyer in Dutch Harbor since April 30th of this year, and the impossibility of taking our fish to another market, this action will also allow for the conditions of a micro seafood processor to come back to Dutch Harbor. Small boats using jig, longline, and pot gear, and small processors need each other. And above all, small boats and small processors need reliable access to fish on a year-round basis in order to remain viable. I would just like to add that we have the full support of the Acatan Fishermen's Association. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Dickerson. Are there any questions? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Dickerson. Can you, given that you just testified you don't have a cod processor after April 30th, but you're looking for a micro processor to maybe come in, what have those vessels in that under 55-foot category been doing after April 30th? Just give me a sense of what they've been fishing or if they've been fishing in other fisheries.
Through the chair, thank you for the question. The other boats, the larger boats of the sector, fish Unimac Pass, where they always are. And they are delivering either to Acatan Trident or to a tender vessel stationed in one of the bays in Acatan and delivering to Peter Pan, King Cove.
Maybe a clarification too of my question is, what have those the small smalls, I guess, in this sector been doing? Have they been do they fish IFQ over the summer and then do something else in the fall? Are there other fisheries that the under 55-foot sector is engaged in throughout the latter half of the year? Sorry, I wasn't clear about that.
Yeah, through the chair, Kimball, Ms. Kimball. Yeah, so what we did to mitigate the situation was to take on more halibut to catch in the summer. Typically, our program is we fish cod from January to April, and then we halibut fish, and then we are done in the middle of August, and we put on our pot gear and we fish for cod in the fall. That has been our routine for years and years. That has changed over the last 3 years because this year there wasn't a market. Last year, there was one plant in town buying for about a week. They were going to buy cod after they were done processing pollock, which takes about a week into the cod season. So that would have been about 7 days. And I believe that the year before that, the Bering Sea again shut down early. So that's what we've been doing to mitigate, is to just fish more halibut.
Ms. Bush.
Yeah, thank you both for being here again today. We appreciate all the work you put in on this issue. Can you again explain a little bit about your progression into the groundfish fisheries and how that occurred, and why this action may be important, contrasting with the opportunities that are available in the Dutch Harbor sub-district fishery. We heard in the AP report that this year there was an extended opportunity in state waters, and how does that differ from what you're asking here and your own movement into the fishery?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. The GHL fishery does not provide for long lining. And so typically in our federal seasons last it's about 2 weeks with an extra 5 days in addition with the jig rollover. So if you're a longliner, basically you have 3 weeks in January to fish. So we don't have any longliners out there anymore. My own progression has been that I bought a boat in 1994, and with the explicit intent of jigging. The jig fishery had just been established in 1993. And we had a relative boom. We had a sort of a small boat renaissance as a result of that jig fishery. Over time, we lost our markets due to state water seasons opening up in other areas. We had been delivering to microprocessors that were buying our fish fresh every night and then shipping them on to South Korea. So I moved on to long lining, which is a little bit more productive than jigging for cod. I actually dug long line gear out of the dump and put new hooks on it, and so you can get started pretty cheaply with long line. And then after several years of long lining, I moved into pot fishery, and then we actually moved back into long lining until the advent of the state water season. And we began pot fishing again because we were afraid that the pots would preempt our long line gear inside of state waters. So we had no choice but to start pot fishing again.
Any further questions? Mr. Down.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I think I'm just trying to make sure I understood your testimony correctly. So currently, in this year, there's been a lot of opportunity to harvest cod by your vessels, the smalls. But there's been nobody to deliver that fish to because nobody in Dutch Harbor's been buying. But I think you said that some of the larger boats are delivering to Akitan, and I've made that run from Akitan to Dutch Harbor many times, and it's about a 4-hour run. And so I'm curious as to why somebody in Dutch Harbor wouldn't be able to take advantage if they wanted to fish cod, why you wouldn't go fish cod and deliver it to Akitan.
Well, our boat is 53 foot, and it's fall time. The lows are coming in. It's actually not a 4-hour run. It's more like a 6 or a 7-hour run. We're only a 6-knot boat. And we have to cross Akitan Pass. And so you get to Akitan and you deliver and you hope that you have the weather to run home. And so it's actually can be quite difficult, dangerous, and it's just something that a local guy wouldn't do. We live there. We fish within 15 miles of town, and delivering to Akitan is something that's always been considered, but really when you get down and look at it, it can be pretty dangerous for a small boat.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Any further questions? Thank you. Oh, sorry. Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry it took me so long to get my hand up there. Another quick question for Dustin. Do you, in your own words, you see a renaissance? If this were to pass, would it create a bigger fishery? Would more boats come? If you build a fishery, will the boats come?
Well, whether or not they come right away, it certainly provides an opportunity. We have 2 new boats in town. I think they're little fiberglass boats, 38 foot, that are rigged for long line right now, and they have a very they're very interested in the outcome. In fact, one of those boats will be testifying later, and the other one gave written comment at the AP. I would hope so. Because what this measure will do is it will provide an entry-level opportunity for several years to come, opportunity that we don't have now and that we may never have again. I don't see anyone going through the withering 3-year process that we've been through, especially when you have boats that are actually leaving the fishery. I mean, I've only got so many years left, and sure, there's only a couple of boats fishing now, but who's going to speak up for the generations of the future if the stakeholders aren't actually here to see this process through. So I hope that there's a renaissance. This is available to all communities, coastal communities of Alaska. And so we'll have to see.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further questions? Thank you. Next up is Vinnie James.
Honorable Chairman Canine and esteemed members of the council, a very good morning to you.
Good morning.
My name is Vinnie James, and good morning. And I'd like to start by thanking you for the opportunity to once again add my voice in support of the Unalaska Native Fishermen's Association's proposal for a new small boat sector. And once again, as I did in my letter and oral testimony of June 10th of this year, as a local fisherman and longtime resident of Unalaska, I thank you for your dedication, your compassion for our Alaska fishing industry. On this very important day, when we residents of Unalaska stand in confident anticipation of the council's decision, for the sake of our community's cultural survival, I'm trusting that your dedication, your wisdom, and your vision for the future preservation of our small boat culture will lead you to approve the measure and grant the Unalaska Native Fishermen's Association's proposal for this new small boat sector. As with Walmart and Home Depot, it's only a matter of time before the big operators squeeze the small fishing boats out of the picture completely, and Unalaska becomes a mere echo of its former glory as a proud fishing town with a vibrant local small boat fleet. And what a shame, what a tragedy that would be for this proud fishing town. And what a major injury to Alaska fishing culture overall. Your approval of this measure will not only benefit the small fishing boat operators in our current community, but will radically bless the generations of Unalaska residents who come afterwards. When our community in years to come speaks of the enduring legacy of our small boat culture, walking along the docks in our harbors, telling tales of our small boat fishing fleet, or sharing a conversation over a celebratory toast at the end of a productive fishing season, among the names in those discussions will be the visionary local fishing industry leaders who fought for so many years to secure a dedicated fishing sector for small fishing boat operators. But more importantly, those names will include all of you who sit on this council today, because you stood tall here today and cast your support for this important and timely measure to ensure for the generations to come the preservation of Unalaska small boat culture. So as before, I am so grateful for the opportunity to speak to you today. And once again, I hope my words strike that compassionate chord which exists in every heart. And I'm wishing you all the very best of all good things. Good day.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. James. All right. Next up is Dennis Robinson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Dennis Robinson. And I am Vice Mayor of the City of Unalaska, and this is my personal testimony in support of C2, alternative 2, option 1 and sub-option B. It benefits and contributes to Alaskan communities and fishers that their economic viability by allowing a fraction, a very small fraction, of the huge Bering Sea fishery to be better allocated. This would provide an opportunity not only for future generations to enter the fishery without having to have a significant amount of capital, but it would provide an opportunity for a microprocessor and to be able to process other species that the large processors don't, and also provide a market for the small boats when the large processors are not taking fish. Small boat fishery has been pushed out of this, out of being able to enter the fishery, and we've lost several small vessels due to rationalization. The rollover reallocation was a kick in the gut for our small boat fleet currently, forcing many out of fishing. Today, you will likely hear testimony with the example given that they entered the fishing due to having open access. I ask you to keep this opportunity or option open for future fishers to gain a foothold in the fishing. As the fisheries continue to be rationalized, there is clearly one thing that happens. That is, the fishery will ultimately be consumed by big money. Keeping access open in a very, very small fishery is extremely important, not only to the state of Alaska, but as well as the economy of the state and the economy of the city of Unalaska. In my various roles within Unalaska, I see that it's becoming increasingly difficult for our community to continue to provide for the infrastructure required for processing in Unalaska as a whole to operate without increasing taxes. Please resist what appears to be an attitude of what's yours is mine and what's mine is mine. I ask for passage of C2, alternative 2, sub-option 1, or option 1 and sub-option B. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson. Are there any questions? I don't see any questions. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Okay, well, before lunch here, we'll take Frank Kelty and group.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. Once again, Mayor Tudikoff is here. He's going to lead off and I'll finish up. And we also have two council members here from the city of Unalaska that both work in support sectors in the community. And they're very supportive of this proposal from UNFA that the city has been supporting for many years. And that's Mr. Tungle and Mr. Nicholson. So, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Frank. And thank you, council members, for hearing our testimony today. Mr. Chairman, as you are aware, the city of Unalaska and the Unalaska Native Fishermen Association have provided written and verbal testimony of our concern for years concerning the ongoing race for fish within the overcapitalized under 60 fishing fleet, combined with the continued decline in cod allocation and shorter fishing seasons. The economic viability of cod fishery, of which the Unalaska small boat fleet is heavily dependent upon, is threatened. The analysis under Alternative 2, Option 1 appears to address the concerns of the small vessels that are facing increased competition in the under 60 Pacific pot cod fishery. In 1994, the North Pacific Fishery Management Council supported a request from UNFA for a 1.4% cod jig allocation to be used by the region's local small boat vessels to provide additional participation in the region Pacific cod fishery. It seems reasonable that the jig allocation would be developed under a new sector that could assist the smaller HAL, pot, CV, and other continued to provide jig allocation as laid out in sub option B of the alternative 2. I believe rollover provisions, if needed for the A season, would be made to the under 55 pot CV for C season, which opens in September. Looking at the trimester allocation within the jig allocation, I believe it would stay as is. The HAL pot CV fishing and A and C season and the jig sector work in the B season during the summer, which they traditionally do. The jig sector harvester could also participate in the A season and C season if they wish to do so. Leaving the trimester season allocation would also assist with any sea lion concerns. In closing, the city of Unalaska supports moving alternative 2, option 1, and sub option B for public review and final action in October North Pacific Fishery Management Council meeting. This option is the only alternative that addresses the city of Unalaska's concern in a timely manner. The main objective of the city of Unalaska are continuing to protect fishing opportunities for local vessels in the Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands, Pacific cod fishery, continued support with fishing opportunities for community members, and to minimize the economic impact of an overcapitalized fishery facing a further reduction in fishing time and reduced cod allocation. We thank the North Pacific Fishery Management Council for considering the city of Unalaska's comments on C2 Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands small boat access. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the council, just a couple of things. We want to support the AP's motion. It was 12-3, I think, and we've had continued support as this issue has moved along. You might hear testimony that it's not ready for prime time yet. Well, we've been working on this starting the 4th year this month. And I think we've analyzed it up and down, sideways, left and right. And I think it is good to go. And we hope it moves forward. And just by closing, I want to take a look at the purpose and need statement. I want to read a couple of sentences. Due to the size, smaller vessels in this sector are particularly affected by those shortened seasons because vessel operators have less flexibility to fish when the weather is poor and typically fish closer to port, which may be less productive grounds. And we got to remember this is an unrationalized fishery. So it's the race for fish is going. The jig sector allocation has historically not been fully utilized, particularly in the A and C seasons, allowing the smaller catcher vessels using hook and line and pot gear to harvest Pacific cod from the jig sector allocation may increase stability for the current fishery participants and potentially new entrants with smaller catcher vessels without negatively impacting catcher vessels using jig gear. And to me, that's a good wrap up that we think this is going to be a win-win situation and provide opportunity in the future for small boat vessels that home port in Unalaska. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you both for your testimony. Are there questions? Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one question, kind of following up on some of our previous testimony as well. There was mention that there was not a processor over at least part of the year available to process these fish. That's a bit concerning. We provide a fishery, but if there's no processor, how do those tie together? And I certainly don't profess to understand everything about how that works, but help me understand that, would you please? Thank you.
Well, I think, I'm speculating. I'm not, I used to be a processor for many years in Alaska. But I can't speak for what their operation is doing. I know a lot of them have major maintenance things to get ready for the Pollock A season. The effort that's going to be fishing on cod is sometimes up in the air. How many vessels are going to be fishing? So that was a decision that they made, but it hasn't happened all the time. I think a lot of the reason is that, we have the crab seasons are up in the air too. If we had, a stable red king crab and tanner crab season in January or in October, there would probably be more people available that be on site to process some cod before that season why that season was underway, because you'd have staff around that were going to be processing crab. So that's just speculation on my part, but you know, it is concerning. But I think if we get this allocation for the small boat fleet, it will help develop some smaller opportunities for processors that know that they will have cod to process in the future. So.
Ms. Bush.
Yeah, thank you. Building on that last question and the fact that in the fall, NIMS is trying to make sure all the cod gets caught and nothing gets stranded. How important do you think it is in the fall to have an exclusive smaller boat opportunity versus an opportunity for all boats under 60 feet? So
Well,
an extended season for smaller boats.
Are you talking about rollovers?
I'm talking about the need to have an extended smaller boat season during the sea season versus a situation where all under 60s may be able to compete against each other for reallocations.
Well, I don't know if I can really answer that, but very well. But I think if you go too far later for smaller boats, you could have weather issues that you'd have to deal with possibly. But yeah, it's safety is an issue, as the mayor pointed out. And I forgot to mention, that's about the only thing I wish it would have been in the purpose and need was the safety issue, because we have an unrationalized fishery. And you know, we've seen I'm a pro-rationalized person. So anyway, sorry, Ms. Bush, I couldn't give you a better answer. But I think it something that could be looked at, yes.
Further questions? Right. Thank you both for your testimony. Let's go ahead and break for lunch. Just a note, we do have a time certain after lunch, taking the balance of the SSC report. And then we do have an executive session at 3 p.m. as well. So let's come back in an hour, come back at 1:05. Council, please come back to order. Okay, as we discussed before lunch, now we'll take the balance of the SSC report. Looks like we've got Doctors Muter and Dressel here to give that to us, and that is posted on our agenda. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. We'll go over the balance of our comments. We had a couple plan team nominations for Dr. Cecilia O'Leary and Dr. Ben Williams to the Gulf Alaska Groundfish Plan team. We found both of them to be well qualified. Dr. Williams has been on the Groundfish Plan team before, and to recommend that the council approve their nominations. Next up is Greenland turbot agenda item. This is an amendment to allow directed catch of Greenland turbot with longline pots in response to killer whale depredation that has made the non-trawl hook longline fishery no longer viable because of the degree of depredation. The SSC finds the document adequate for the council to understand what the implications are and recommends that the document be advanced to public review with some minor modifications that are listed here. I'll leave it up for a moment. Next is the joint groundfish plan team report. There's a number of items that we took up under that. One is the forage species, and the SSC continues to support the planned forage species workshop, and we support the proposed timing, which would follow the BSAI forage fish assessment in fall 2023. The SSC also supports the ecosystem committee's recommendation to expand the participation in that workshop and suggests that Fish and Game may also be able to contribute to the workshop goals, particularly with regards to herring. We heard about an update on the whale depredation in the sablefish fishery that we had asked for. Appreciate the update and look forward to the model outputs in December. I just note that there has been a decrease in depredation that's likely due to increased use of pot gear in the estimated depredation. We had some updates on the shark model, specifically Pacific sleeper shark stock structure and the model. The SSC supports the recommendation to bring forward the proposed models and approaches that the author and the plan team recommended. And there are three alternative models, two for status quo and this ORCS model for sleeper sharks in both the Gulf of Alaska and BSAI, and then an alternative approach for the other unidentified sharks and spiny dogfish in the BSAI. The authors proposed to produce a single Alaska shark document with separate sections for GOA and BSAI, and we concur with that recommendation. We also supported the recommendation of continued conversations with the observer program regarding these stocks to increase information that's collected on sharks. Then we had some discussion about a new random effects model for tier 4-5 stocks and spatial allocation analyses, and that's an update to kind of streamline the workflow, and a new software package was developed to facilitate that. It includes all the previous model variants in a unified framework and gives us more flexibility and has some other improvements in it. So we thought it was a great advance and also an example of increased reproducibility and transparency. And the SSC suggested that the authors coordinate on how and when they use this new software in the assessment process to achieve some consistency across stocks. That brings us to the BSAI plan team report. We supported the plan team recommendations for the models and analyses for the 2022 assessment cycle and all the recommended data explorations and model refinements. I'll leave it at that. We did want to commend the NIM staff to ensure that this survey continues and is and the data is turned around in a very tight time frame. Appreciate the transparency and reproducibility in the data processing, which are, of course, key to our stock assessment process. The one item that came up was a recommendation that bottom trawl survey staff produce document that detail past changes in gear and survey configurations, as well as species identifications that may have changed over time, in particular for new authors to have that as a reference in future assessments. We also recommended that the assessment authors continue to highlight any instances where the lack of a Eastern Bering Sea slope survey may degrade the stock assessment performance, as may be the case in some stocks. Again, we note that survey staffing limitations and assessment author limitations or turnover continue to present challenges, and appreciate the efforts by NIM staff to streamline and improve the efficiency to safeguard the assessment quality under these conditions. And finally, for the BSAI plan team report, the SSC concurs with plan team recommendation for no changes to the rough-eye black spotted model and for further examination of natural mortality in that model. And we explore that we recommend that the author explore use of the IPHC data from prior to 2020 when methodologies in the survey changed. There was an emphasis on sampling in untrawlable habitats to improve the data input. That brings us to the Gulf of Alaska plan team report. We again supported the plan team recommendation for models and analyses for the 2022 cycle. We support continued research. This is with respect to Goa Pollock, the Goa Pollock assessment, research on incorporating environmental or other covariates that inform covariates that measure the timing of spawning or maturity and inform the Shelikoff survey catchability in that assessment. The SSC also appreciated efforts by stock authors for the Goa other rockfish species complex to update the natural mortality estimates for the different species in that complex, and look forward to reviewing the methodology and a justification for the weightings that are used within that complex, how to weight the different species. The SSC also supports the development of a state-space surplus production model. It's just a simpler version of a stock assessment model for demersal shelf rockfish, but concurs with the plan team that this is a promising approach, but should for now at least remain on a research track for this assessment cycle. That was it for the Gulf. For both regions.
Dr. Muter, before we move on, Ms. Kimball has a question.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Muter. On the GOA plan team recommendations, in your third bullet, that looks like the stock authors are going to update natural mortality estimates for the Gulf other rockfish species. And I know in one of our papers on spatial management policy, we've been looking at pulling the DSR species outside of Southeast that already are out of the other rockfish complex. That's been correct me if I'm wrong, that's been an SSC recommendation in the past.
I believe so.
So I don't know, did the SSC have any discussion about the value in waiting to do that through our spatial management policy until we get the updated assessment for other rockfish and those changes to natural mortality? The timing issue came up in the advisory panel, and we don't have the written SSC report to see if that was a problem or not.
I'll let Sherry answer that since she's more familiar with that stock.
Yeah, through the chair, Ms. Kimball. I don't believe that the SSC had specific conversation about changing timing for the split out. And I believe that both the plan team and the SSC, I think that we've been suggesting this for a number of years now, which means, to me, I would infer that that means that it's not critically based on this natural mortality and that it should be acceptable to do before or after that is updated.
Please continue.
Okay, I think I covered these points. Next one, just briefly for both regions, we recommend approval of the proposed 23-24 ground for specifications and support also the recommendation to approve the halibut DMR working group recommendations for halibut DMRs for 23-24. Then, oops, one too many. We had some discussions on around stock prioritization. We received an update on the 2022 review, and the SSC really appreciated the summary of the wide range of challenges being faced by the agency, which provided really valuable context for this current review and for the stock assessment prioritization effort to see where we've been, where we are now, and where we might go in the future. The SSC supports efforts, the great strides that have been made already, and further efforts to towards increased reproducibility and streamlining processes. I mentioned that random effects model earlier. That is one little piece of that. That includes automating some of the more rote tasks to promote standardization and efficiency in communication. The SSC suggests that this automation process could also include easily accessible standardized harvest specification tables to simplify that. And also coordination with economists and social scientists for the ESR and ESP products. The report lines out sort of partial, full, and benchmark assessments, where the benchmark assessments are really, a lot of our assessments are probably benchmark assessments on an annual basis, but that's where you do a deep dive into the models, and the distinction isn't entirely clear. And so we encouraged, or we requested that they develop definitions of those three types of assessments, and to specify what documentation and level of review are needed for each of those. And that could include, or should include, suggestions on the frequency of each type of assessment, or decision points for when benchmark assessments should be conducted. The SSC supports the approach that the authors presented for the reevaluation of stock prioritizations, and requests including a narrative with some key considerations for the stocks that are being recommended for change in assessment frequency. And the SSC further requests that the plan team the crab plan team conduct a parallel process to reevaluate stock prioritization for crab assessments. Last slide on stock prioritization. The SSC also suggests that experience gathered from other regions with streamlining their processes and working on transparency and reproducibility would be useful in kind of evaluating the optimal timing of assessments and streamlining the process. The SSC also strongly supports the AFSC moving to a more team-based approach. It was noted that the West Coast Center's team-based framework may be provide a helpful guide for that. Then the SSC again notes that it's critical that the surveys be maintained even if assessment frequency for some species might decrease.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Muter. In going through your slides, I wasn't sure in our stock prioritization paper, correct me if I'm wrong, I thought we had 9 stocks that were recommended for a different assessment cycle. And so does the SSC concur with those recommendations or just the approach used? I didn't see a clear bullet that said you approve those changes.
At this point, as I understand it, they brought these forward as stocks to consider for a low priority, and they will bring that back to us in February, I believe. Right.
Yeah.
And at that point, we would make a decision for the 2023 cycle. So this can be implemented in 2023.
Thank you. I understand.
That's how I understand it.
Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Muter, for the walkthrough on the prioritization. As I was listening to the SSC work on that, first off, it was really impressive. This is just a comment, but to me, it was really impressive seeing the SSC in a way helping the science community sort of clear the decks to get ready for, I think, some of the next challenges by increasing efficiencies. And I'm really going to be anxious to see how that works out because it's really promising. As I was listening, I was having the sort of just a mental reaction that I hope people don't interpret that this means that survey effort can be decreased. And so the question I have is, I haven't had, and it's just based on the fact that I haven't had a chance to read your minutes yet, but does the SSC specifically describe why it's critical that current surveys be maintained? Because I don't think at this point it's enough just to say that it's critical. I think we have to explain why. And I think there's very good explanations, but I'm hoping the minutes address that. Do they?
I don't believe that we specifically commented on the rationale for that. We are in part reiterating requests that we've made in the past or notes that we've made in the past highlighting the importance of the surveys, which we always prioritize. And I can certainly, think about many rationales. We could perhaps flesh that out some more as needed, but we have many stocks that are assessed annually still and will still be assessed annually. We can point to the lack of a survey in 2020 as a good example of what we might miss if we don't do a survey. We can do some in the 2017 review. I believe there were some analyses about frequency of surveys, or the center has developed some tools to do these analyses to look at what do you lose if you in terms of increased uncertainty and in the assessments when surveys are not done. So we could certainly develop more of a rationale as needed. Go ahead if you want to add to that, Sherry.
Sure. Through the chair, Mr. Twite, I agree with Franz. The statement that we've got in our minutes is just straightforward. We didn't give an explanation of that. When it does come back to us again and we make these final decisions, we can certainly include more description of why surveys are already needed. The other piece that I would add to what Franz mentioned was that so not only would we need it for our annual assessments, but just because we are updating an assessment every 4 years does not mean that we don't care or want to know what happened in between those 4 years. I think it's that continuous information. If we were dropping that information, I'm not certain that we could reduce the frequency of assessments. So it is critical, and we can describe that more if that's helpful for the council when that comes back to us again.
Maybe just as a follow-up, all those make a lot of sense to me. And I think it is useful to just repeat those whenever this kind of subject comes up. The other one that I can certainly think of that I think is growing increasingly important is some of the ecosystem level information that's generated on each of the surveys. It seems like we're incorporating that information more and more regularly, and we do intend to continue to produce ecosystem status reports on an annual basis. Nobody's looking at going biannual or triannual on ecosystem status reports, I hope.
Yeah, thank you for that through the chair. If I may follow up on that, yes, I think there's a lot of information that is gathered in these survey beyond the abundance of or biomass of different stocks, and that is widely used well beyond the assessment community, the stock assessment community. Do you want to add to that?
Yeah, through the chair, if I may add, the other piece to that that ties into climate, I think, is you've heard in many other reports that the changing climate is making things more variable. And the definition of this process that was established in 2017 is that it is I can't think of the word that we had, but it's an adjustable process that's evaluated over time. And so the only way to know whether our frequency is sufficient, say if we change it for the next few years, is to be able to evaluate it afterwards. And that's going to be key with the environment changing.
Please continue.
Okay, next up is the Bristol Bay red king crab discussion paper. The expanded Bristol Bay red king crab paper that the council asked for identifies data available on any sources of Bristol Bay red king crab mortality, the seasonal and spatial fishery effort in the Bristol Bay region, and potential management options that could address mortality or reducing mortality. The SSC finds that the authors were very thorough in providing extensive information relative to these topics, and that the quality of the data are generally adequate for evaluating trade-offs associated with a range of actions. We did have a couple of comments on things that could be enhanced, including we recommended including some of this information listed here in any subsequent analyses, if that is requested, such as available information on salmon and herring PSC that would inform any actions that the council might take, and information on potential decreases in CPE, which would lead to an increase in effort if the same amount is caught when fleets are displaced from the closure areas. And that's a difficult problem to correct in these kinds of analyses, but that will be important. The SSC highlighted a number of the recommendations from the paper as important for either the short term or the long term, noting that these would augment the information that the council has already available. And in the short term, just to list a few here, assessing potential for pelagic trawl bottom contact. We suggested to consider the fishing effects model. That's a model, not a mode, to identify potential pelagic fishing effort relative to closed areas, and the fishing effects model could be used for that. And then we, in the short term, also recommended analysis of pot fishery extrapolation, specific to the crab regions, to identify if there may be additional observer coverage that is needed.
Dr. Muter, Ms. Baker has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did want to ask about the short term, one of the short term recommendations, and the use of the fishing effects model to identify potential pelagic fishing effort. I think we've all, at least myself, I was thinking of the fishing effects model as limited to our EFH agenda item. And so can you help me remember the SSC's discussion on what exactly that model is and how it could be used to identify the effort in a I know my understanding is the fishing effects model is bottom disturbance. And so what did the SSC talk about in terms of how we could consider this for Bristol Bay red king crab management measures potentially?
Yeah, through the chair, Ms. Baker, we did talk about that a little bit. The fishing effects model is based for describing fishing effort in different areas is based on VMS data. So we have the tracks of where fishing vessels go. What is not well known is what portion of the trawl the gear may touch bottom. And I think we had some suggestions in our minute to look at some analyses that would help us understand that proportion of the gear that, or the proportion of the time the gear is on the bottom and what the width of that gear is. But that's really the kind of thing that the fishing effects model is well suited for. But it would still require some additional analyses to figure out when you're actually on the bottom, and that could be done by putting sensors on nets to figure out what proportion of the time they tend to be on the bottom or similar efforts, if that helps.
Thank you. Yes, it does. And that is helpful because the council has received testimony about from groundfish industry sector representatives thinking about those very things in terms of simulations and that sort of thing to try and figure out how pelagic gear contacts the bottom and how to figure out how often that happens and where and all that. So that is helpful. And then follow up, Mr. Chair, or second question, I guess. So the last bullet here, in terms of the pot fishery extrapolation, I assume that means cod fishery catch of crab, and the extrapolation in terms of observer coverage, just to make sure I understand. And so were you thinking of additional data work there, or what is the recommended action there?
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, I'll give it a stab and then maybe turn it over to Sherry as well. But I think the key here was to extrapolate. There's obviously partial observer coverage, and we have to extrapolate any bycatch and pot fisheries and other fisheries. And so I think we had asked for an extrapolation specific to evaluate the estimates over the coverage over the regions where the crab occur, I believe. Then that would probably require some analyses. I don't think they would be too onerous to identify if it may be helpful to have additional observer coverage in that fishery. Do you want to add to that?
Sure, through the chair, Ms. Baker. My understanding of our discussion, we talked a bit about the catchment areas database, and when you've got partial observer coverage, how you extrapolate. And it depends, the extrapolation, if you've got information in the near area, it will do it in sort of small time and space. If there isn't information from observed pot catches, then it'll go to bigger areas or bigger times. And so one of the questions is, for the areas that are critical to crab, how broad is the extrapolation that's being used? And sort of looking at sort of how well are we estimating in crab regions based on the type of extrapolation we have to do based on where the pots are set. So I believe it is a analysis with current data and just a deeper dive.
Thank you. And we're well aware of trying to be mindful of recommendations and then the resources to carry those out and what the actual process is to do that. So my first thought when you were describing the bullet was, well, could that be something that the council recommends the observer annual report take a deeper dive into? Because sometimes there are issues that we have highlighted and then FMA staff take a closer look at that. But this sounds like a more specific
Bristol Bay Red King Crab associated analytical project. And I can follow up with you offline, but I'm just, I appreciate that additional explanation. I was just trying to think about where we might do that, if it would fit into an existing process or if it is indeed a separate analytical effort. Thank you. That's not really a question.
If I may add to that, through the chair, yeah, I think the kinds of analyses that would be necessary are routinely done by analysts in the observer program. So I don't think that would be a big lift, but I tend to underestimate.
Please continue.
Thank you.
Sorry, Dr. Muter. Mr. Down.
Yeah, but before you go on to your next slide on the Bristol Bay Red King Crab, on the just following up on the answers that you've given to the questions, Dr. Miller and Dr. Dresser, thank you. I'm thinking about the short term, like I'm thinking on the observer issue for crab boats. That's you could do something like that pretty short term would mean to me. I mean, I think that could potentially be done fairly quickly, that the data probably exists to get to that issue fairly quickly. But when I'm looking at assessing the potential for pelagic trawl and bottom contact, I think the conclusion that I've come to is to get very far with that, further than what we've done in the original discussion paper and then this expanded discussion paper. We're talking years. So it's like if I just take the short term as being kind of like, in your mind, is it like short term kind of 2 to 5 years and long term is 5 years or longer? Or, you know, I'm thinking what the assessing potential for pelagic trawl bottom contact, unless there's information out there that I'm not aware of, that we may have all the information. I know you said you were going to have more of that in your complete minutes, and I'll look for that. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know if you have through the chair. I'm not sure if we had a extensive discussion on that or an extensive section in the minutes. But you're specifically talking about bullet number 2 here, using the fishing effects model. Is that correct?
I was specifically on bullet number 1 and the kind of the difference in how long that might take versus bullet number 3, which could be done kind of. I'm really looking for your idea of what is it that we could do in the short term that's going to get us further than we are now on the potential for bottom trawl contact.
Thank you, through the chair. I mean, I don't know what the data availability are at this point to do that, but I believe the short-term recommendations were largely based on available data to take a look at, can we look at what we have now to determine what portion of the time a trawl is on the bottom, and run it through the fishing effects model too. So I can't give you a time frame. I don't know if you want to speculate on that.
Chairman. Thank you, Dr. Mueller. That was actually what I was looking for, was that answer right there. Thank you.
Right, please continue.
Okay, thank you. So we had some recommendations for longer term considerations, and one was to evaluate existing logbook data to really bridge what we know about summer distributions versus unknown winter distributions, which is a big hole in our understanding. Then we also recommended to use data from the AFSC survey retos that I've done every year, that are done when the mate molt cycle is delayed. And so analyzing those data may inform kind of the timing of the molting and mating without doing kind of more comprehensive multi-year survey. Just again, this is using existing data as well, but might be a little more tricky. Then the SSC notes that Currently, we do not have detailed scientific information available to inform the council with regards to dynamic closed areas, at least at a sort of a short-term dynamic closed areas. And so the SSC suggests that future considerations of dynamic closures would need to focus on either annual or greater changes as opposed to shorter seasonal kind of measures because of data limitations. And I believe that's all I had on the discussion paper.
All right, Ms. Vanderhoven has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Muter. On that last data, the last bullet point about dynamic closures, there's something that's not quite connecting with me on that. And I guess I'm just wondering if you can characterize that conversation a little bit as to what exactly you meant there.
Yeah, I might, thank you for the question through the chair. I might refer to Sherry for that question.
Sure, through the chair, Ms. Vanderhoven. The discussion that we had was really looking at, we listed in our minutes the types of considerations that we would think of for dynamic closed areas, and that looks at evaluating what all the different life stages of crab and where they are, when they are. And so right now we don't have a good sense. I mean, we've got the summer trawl survey, but we don't have a good sense, especially of the smaller, younger life stages of crab that aren't retained like in the commercial fishery. We don't have a lot of information on that, on where they are, let alone where they are on like a monthly basis, so that you could pick closing one area in, say, January, February, and a different area in February and March. We just don't have that level of specificity. Does that answer what you were going? Okay.
Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, but Dr. Dressel's answer answered my question as well.
Okay, please continue.
Okay, thank you. Just to follow up on this briefly, there's also an issue with like timing of life history events or timing of movements. So even the timing differs from year to year, which goes back to trying to understand the molt mate cycles. And so it would be hard to predict the timing in advance for implementing dynamic closures on a seasonal basis.
Right, Dr. Muter, before we move on, Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I recognize that you have limited time or limited space to compress the SSC's entire discussion on D2, but along with that last point that you made, which I really appreciated, my memory is I did hear part of the SSC discussion. Didn't you also discuss that in the sense of our ability to implement and perhaps measure the effects of something like a closure area? Some of these same data limitations make it difficult not only to establish these types of measures for crab specifically, but then to see if those closures or whatever management measures are even meeting the objectives that we established. I recall that discussion too. And can you help me remember that a little bit?
Yeah, thank you for that. Through the chair, I'll give it a stab and maybe ask Sherry to help me again. Yeah, so I think we had some discussion, around the difficulty of, and I think you're referring to parts of the discussion that dealt with displaced effort if you have a seasonal closure, perhaps. And so, I mean, there's the difficulty of establishing a dynamic closure, say on a seasonal basis, if we don't have information of where they are at what time. And then there's the difficulty of evaluating the effects of those closures to see if they would be useful. Do you want to add to that?
Sure, through the chair, Ms. Baker. I guess the other piece, and I have to say, I can't remember whether the SSC member was talking about dynamic or fixed closure areas, but part of the bullet that talks about the detailed scientific information with regard to dynamic closure areas, honestly, part of, depending on what we also mentioned in this conversation that the information, we've got a lot of information, but at the same time, there are a lot of gaps. And so it is difficult to know. It will be difficult for the SSC or the council to know ahead of time whether sort of closure areas in general will make the difference that they hope. And so I think that we talked about that a bit more broadly as well.
Please continue.
Thank you, through the chair. So I think we're ready to move on to the next item, which is universal data collection. We received or reviewed a report considering key socioeconomic data components that can be included in a uniform data collection program across North Pacific federal fleets. The SSC suggests, had relatively few suggestions on this item. The document was in, I'll get to that, but the SSC suggests summarizing for each data component where those data components are currently used, the extent to which the data component is responsive to either current or any potential future regulatory actions or requirements, through, under MSA or national standards, program reviews, and some of the executive orders that were listed. And then some discussion that around if the data component, if that particular data component were not collected, what are alternative sources to get similar data, if any? And then if and how a data component could perhaps complement other existing data to create a richer source of information overall. The SSC also suggests that analysts could consider whether there were any data gaps identified by the social science planning team who went through a, kind of a data reporting exercise that could be addressed by this proposed data collection. The SSC did express a few specific concerns related to the feasibility and appropriateness of having a single uniform data collection program. And that was one, that some data components aren't really universal, and that it would not make sense to collect the information from all fleets, such as lease information. The questions may need to be framed differently for different fleets to understand the data components. There's a need to consider who has that information, the relevant information, and from whom to collect it. And then finally, who would hold the data, and if there are any confidentiality issues that would pose a problem for incorporating that into council analyses. To close this out, more generally, the SSC emphasizes the importance of social and economic data collections that support performance monitoring for different management programs, program reviews, and different analyses. And then finally, the SSC recommends the analysts include a list of the EDR data that might be dropped if there's a move to a single universal collection, and discussion around that. And that is it on universal data collection.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Dr. Muter. Did the SSC, in that staff paper, they had a really limited number of data components that they evaluated and put forward for consideration. Did the SSC have any recommendations on those particular components, whether they found them to be useful? I ask in part because much of the conversation and discussion around gaps in analyses is derived directly from SSC requests. So for those couple things that the staff identified, did the SSC find value in trying to collect those data across fleets?
Thank you for the question through the chair. I'm not sure if I'm fully prepared to answer that. I'll refer to Sherry as well. But we generally thought this was a valuable effort, and it's obviously critical to put that in context of what are we actually doing with the data and what are the objectives, and that will inform what kind of data we might collect. But I don't recall much other discussion around that particular point, but perhaps Sherry has a better memory.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, as far as the specific data types that were mentioned in the analysis, I don't remember if the SSC commented on those specifically. However, I mean, in response to the other part of your question, yes, the SSC talked about the difficulties, but we also fully recognize that a lot of these ideas originally came from us. So if there is a disconnect in our minutes on that point, my apologies for that, because I recognize it's not helpful if we say we need it and then say it's problematic. So if that's the case, it's honestly due to the short turnaround on minutes, and my apologies on that.
Thank you, Dr. Dressel. And it is early stages in this short discussion paper. I'd just be looking to the SSC on those specifics when we move forward, if we move forward. So thanks.
Please continue.
Thank you to the chair. We'll move on to the D4 Amendment 80 work plan. The SSC reviewed the work plan for the septennial review of Amendment 80, including the required allocation review. The SSC supports the plan to build upon the format of some of the recent analyses that have been done that we thought provided really good templates. The SSC finds that the set of metrics that were chosen to track performance on each element of the Amendment 80 purpose and need to be informative, accessible, and appropriate. The SSC just provided some minor suggestions on improving the characterization of the community impacts. That was the extent of our discussions on that.
Ms. Drobnica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Dr. Muter. I was wondering if you could expand on that last point a little bit. If you recall, and I haven't had a chance to read through the minutes really, so could refer me to those as well if you don't have them in front of you.
Thank you for the question through the chair. I'm not sure if I'm prepared to list, you mean specific suggestions that we had on that last bullet?
Yeah, the characterization of community impacts.
Do you have a good answer for that?
I don't have a good answer for that. Through the chair, I would say that we would probably have to refer to our minutes on that. I don't have a good explanation.
If I may, through the chair, I mean, the one thing I do remember is just additional information on the ports and communities, or just even identifying the ports and communities that might be affected. And yeah, I'm sorry, I can't really expand on that beyond that. Thanks.
Okay, please continue.
Okay, we also received a climate readiness synthesis report. The SSC got a kind of an informational presentation on that from the Climate Change Task Force on the draft of the climate readiness synthesis document. We did not have a lot of time. It was the last item we took up, and we decided that we'll review the document in greater depth at a later meeting, but we did kind of discuss three general points from the report, and those included, we were impressed with the innovative evaluation of sort of the portfolio of the current approaches that are being used, which will provide a really natural structure to over time reassess and revisit the management readiness. Particularly use reference to a table 1.2, I think, in the document. The SSC suggests that the authors may consider a little bit more of a deeper exploration of the extent to which the current management system addresses community resilience with respect to climate change in our process, and the extent to which quantitative measures of community resilience or more qualitative description of community resilience to climate change are incorporated either in the SAFEs or in other documents. Then we noted that the document also highlights synergies with local knowledge, traditional knowledge, and subsistence task force, and potentially the ways that the climate readiness synthesis can complement the efforts of that group. And we did not spend a lot of time on this item at this meeting, fortunately.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you for that summary. And I apologize, this is probably mostly a process question. And so if it's better for staff, please feel free to tell me. I thought that this was the SSC and the AP and Council's opportunity to review this document. And so is it your understanding that there will be a future time at which the SSC will have more time to review this document within the schedule of the work plan laid out by the task force?
Yeah, thank you for that through the chair, and I may look to staff to clarify that. I mean, there was some discussion around adjusting the timeline for the report. We are hoping to take this up in February. We also provided the leads on this item, provided their own comments to the authors with some suggestions that were not official SSC recommendations, but my understanding is that we might get an opportunity to weigh in at a later date that could still influence the ultimate product.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Mr. Twain.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Dr. Muter, sort of a follow-up to your answer. Will this report be one of the products that's sort of, I don't know if featured is the right word, but at least discussed in the, or likely to be discussed in the workshop that the SSC is planning on holding in February?
Yeah, thank you for the question through the chair. That was actually one of our considerations for when we realized that we might not be able to get through this at this meeting, that it would be helpful for context, particularly at that meeting that is more geographically, the workshop, which is more geographically focused on the Northern Bering Sea, but certainly the work, the immense amount of work that this group did would provide great context for the workshop. And I want to add to that.
Sure, through the chair, Mr. Twite. The pieces that I remember, staff were doing their best to accommodate us running out of time. And so I know that Dr. Stram mentioned, in response to Ms. Baker's comment, that yes, this was the time for us to comment on it. But in trying to adjust to our timeline, I remember her saying that they would take input from all groups, but possibly not put out the glossy conclusions until the SSC looked at it. And the hope was that the SSC would see this in February. I will also note, however, that we have more things on our February agenda, and we're actually going to talk with council staff after we present to you today to figure out which ones stay and which ones go. So we acknowledge the benefit of doing this and relative to the climate workshop, but I don't believe we know yet what's going to be on our agenda.
Okay, the final stretch.
Okay, the perhaps ultimate topic, essential fish habitat. The SSC reviewed the methodological basis for, and this is following up on the more in-depth review in February, and we made a number of suggestions there. So we again reviewed the basis for and the outcomes from that 5-year EFH review. The SSC recommends that the current EFH methodology and the fishing effects estimates can be used as a reasonable basis for determining fishing impacts. The SSC supports evaluation of fishing effects for species complexes and across multiple life stages where that is necessary because of data limitations. And then we really, again, highlight, and we commented on that in February, that the current SDM approach to defining EFH and the FE model really represent substantial advances from the 2017 EFH review. It's actually quite remarkable how much more is possible in just 5 years. We had some research recommendations for the next 5-year review cycle, in addition to a list of recommendations in our February minutes. One is that there should be an effort perhaps to intercalibrate the bottom trawl and fixed gear using species distribution models, and that could be used to bring in information from the NIMS longline survey and the IPHC survey. That's particularly important considering the loss of information from some of the deeper survey station and the trawl survey on the Eastern Bering Sea slope and the deep Goa stations that could perhaps be supplemented with information from the long lines to help define EFH and address other questions. We also recommend an exploration of fishery dependent information to help define essential fish habitat. Then to expand EFH definitions for other seasons and life stages where that's appropriate and where the data are available to do that. We also recommend reporting of species-specific habitat disturbance from that fishing effects model by gear class to support analyses of potential impacts by gear class. And the analysts suggested that would be readily doable. Currently, it's aggregated across gears. And then finally, we recommend a consideration of using insights from the stock assessment authors and local or traditional knowledge from the fleet and others to define core habitat for species that are not well indexed by our surveys to help fill in some of the gaps, which would be a little different from what's been done, but I think that is possible to help define EFH.
Dr. Muter, Ms. Vanderhoven has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Muter. On the last slide, the exploration of fishery dependent information, were there specific data gaps that you were looking to try to fill there? Or I guess that's my question. Were there specific data gaps that you discussed? And I'm thinking about like fisheries that happen on the slope or in areas that aren't trawlable for surveys and that kind of thing. If it was a totally different kind of a conversation.
Yeah, thank you for the question through the chair. The short answer is winter. So we don't have any survey data in the winter, unfortunately, and there are certainly other reasons, including considerations of getting better information from untrawlable areas. I don't think we specified any specific uses for that fishery dependent information in the 2017 EFH review. Some of the stocks used fishery dependent data, but there's a lot of caveats to that. So as always, but there have been some advances in modeling methodologies as well since that time that might address some of the problems with fishery dependent data. The SSC also recommends consideration for the next EFH cycle of what products and lines of future research are necessary to really what we're speaking to here is to kind of separate what needs to be done what are regulatory requirements, and what would inform fishery management more generally for any actions that the council may consider. We highlighted in February, I think, that there are a lot of potential uses of the EFH data, the fishing effects model, and some of them came up at the meeting in our minutes earlier. So we just thought it would be useful to have a clear separation of those two purposes. The SSC also highlighted the apparent mismatch between EFH definitions for multiple life stages and the evaluation of fishing effects for only the adult life stage currently. And we recommended an evaluation of whether fishing effects for younger life history stages would be appropriate in the future and is supported by the available data. And I believe that concludes our report.
Thank you. Mr. Kurland has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On the very last bullet there, isn't it really a data limitation issue that the fishing effects evaluation is focused on adult life stages because that's what they're able to do, as opposed to a conscious decision that they would only focus on adult life stages?
Yeah, so the inputs to the fishing effects model are, of course, SDMs, the output from the SDMs. And to the extent that we have them for other life stages, we can run the fishing effects model for those life stages. So it's possible. It wasn't done because we had previously focused in the 2017 review on the adult life stages or combined life stages because it was all the data that was available. We do now have information for juvenile life stage of for some species anyway, so that fishing effects model can be run, but not, there are data limitations.
So just to follow up and clarify here, it sounds like you're saying it was a conscious choice to apply it only to adult life stages, and the recommendation here is to consider a broader approach. Through the chair, yes, I believe that's accurate. Whether that was a conscious choice at this point, I'm not sure. It was unfortunately a decision, the recommendation that we had made in 2017, because at that point it was only supported for adult life stages, and that did not really get updated now with the fishing effects analysis, because we at the time said do it for adult life stages. Okay, I appreciate that you picked up on that. Thanks.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. On one of the bullets on slide 25 about reporting of species-specific habitat disturbance from the model by major gear classes, does that fall into line with your top bullet on slide 26? Is that something that you think would be helpful to the council to inform fishery management actions, or does that seem like something we need to do as opposed to doing it in aggregate like we do now in order to meet the regulatory requirements for identifying EFH?
Thank you for the question through the chair. Yeah, I think we were, this was in response to a question whether that can be done. And the analyst suggested that, yes, that would not be too difficult. And then we had some discussion around potential uses of that, of the gear specific impacts for analyses. So that would be for any analyses on habitat impacts that might be done with a fishing effects model, and that could be done for specific fisheries. Does that help?
It does help. Follow up then on, and I'm only just thinking of this, but on your slide 25, those research recommendations for the next 5-year cycle, did the SSC go through that process to determine, which of those might just push us further in terms of helping the council inform future actions versus really meeting the, our requirements to designate EFH under Magnuson? Did the SSC go through that same process with its own recommendations?
Thank you through the chair. I'm not sure we really did. Sherry may have some thoughts on that. But we didn't make a clear distinction, I don't believe, between what would, we ask for a clear distinction between the regulatory, what's needed for the regulatory requirements and what it would be really useful to have for other analyses. But then in our discussions, we really didn't necessarily make that distinction. But I think, obviously there are some things in here that are not EFH specific, but would apply to other analyses. We could certainly clarify that. And, as this process moves forward, I think it would be useful to perhaps have a document that kind of lists the potential uses of that information, the EFH information for other analyses.
I do too. Thank you.
I think Sherry had a follow-up maybe.
Dr. Dressel.
Thanks, through the chair, Ms. Kimball. Yeah, I think that in our discussion, I believe that there are a number of SSC members, me included, who are not don't have intimate knowledge of what's included in absolute regulations and what of the things that we ask for are because of regulations or because they would benefit the council. And so I don't think if you put the SSC as a whole in our recommendations, I think they were muddled. And it came up in our discussion that as EFH has evolved, there are more and more uses for the information and for the tools that have been developed, and that agency staff are really being pushed sometimes beyond their capacity of what they're able to accomplish. And so a couple of the SSC members that are more familiar with it sort of added to the discussion and said, for the next 5-year review, we really need to separate what is required by regulation, has to be done, and then what are things that we think would be beneficial or that the council asks for that can help us in the general council process. And so I think it was, we did not, it was actually because we did not distinguish all of these in our current conversation that some of us with more of the know said, we need to really look at this and pay attention to this in the future.
Any further questions? Right. Thank you very much. We'll see you next time. See you in December. Okay, that will bring us back to public comment on C2. And just a reminder that we do have an executive session scheduled for 3 o'clock today. So next up on the list is Buck Lakaitis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good afternoon.
Okay, great. Yeah, I'd love to chat, but there's a lot to say with only 3 minutes. So I take a first principles approach. My name is Buck Lakaitis. I'm from Homer and I'm a stakeholder. The first principles approach on this is you can't help small boat fishermen by hurting small boat fishermen. Please examine the purpose and need carefully. What is the problem you are trying to address? I see shortened seasons, and currently this year, under 60-foot pot vessels could have fished every day of the calendar year. It's going to go on probably at least another month. So what's the problem? Is there a problem? 3, the analysis doesn't portray the current state of the fishery, namely the Bering Sea overall closure, and that there is a fishing opportunity. Last year, the entire Bering Sea closed to us on September 17th. This isn't going to save the sector you're trying to help. Everybody's going to close. This year, the closures today, I believe. We shut down last week. These closures, these entire Bering Sea closures are no longer anomalies, but trends. This action will make NMFS manager's job very difficult. There's too many boxes and small boats are going to lose. My main concerns this is September 1st season and rollovers. I will remind you that under 60-foot vessels don't have a B season, so we live entirely on rollovers, reallocations. And in my new regulatory term, this is just going to gum up the rollover process for NMFS. It's we're not mobile gear. We can't just set the net or bait up a set and go fishing again. I'm fearful we'll lose our September season and fish will be allocated offshore. UNFA has a long history of getting allocations that no one uses. My dear friend Bobby Stores, I supported every single one of them. The 1% of the Atka mackerel fishery, the Bering Sea jig allocation, and a gillnet herring allocation that nobody cares. It's great, but they didn't come from other small boat fishermen. There were unused allocations, but they rolled over and they actually got caught by fishermen who go fishing. This one's different. The analysis does not show how nymphs will be able to provide for a fishery with the recurring overall Bering Sea cod closure. When I weigh the potential benefits of a 2-boat fishery with the cost to the entire under 60 fleet, this is impossible to support. You're regulating for optics and perceptions, not reality. The analysis doesn't dig into the LLPs. When you look at incentives for an entry-level fisherman, you're going to have to buy, that entry-level fisherman's going to have to buy a $20,000 or $30,000 LLP. If it becomes popular, the price probably goes up. That entry-level person is going to have to participate in the observer program and the odds program. This is at the same time while you have a state water fishery. Where do you think people are going to go? That opportunity already exists.
Mr. Lakaitis, I apologize, your time is up. Can you provide a summary comment?
I think I got my point across, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Lakaitis. Are there questions? I don't see any. All right. Thanks for joining us today.
Thank you.
Next up is Peter Neaton.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good afternoon.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, my name is Peter Neaton. I'm the captain and part owner of 2 58-foot boats that participate in the Bering Sea Pacific cod fisheries. I am also a resident of Unalaska. I'm 33 years old, and over the past 7 years of owning and operating what I consider a small boat of 58 feet, I've had 7 crewmen, and maybe more that I forgot about, reinvest their earnings from my operation into their own small boat fishing operations. I'm against the proposed reallocation in front of you today. And on a simple cost benefit scenario, here's what's going to happen. The cost is going to be lost opportunity for the current under 60-foot fleet, which is potentially 30 some boats, mostly family operations like ours, that depend on the current system of rollovers and scraps. And it may not have been the best business model to depend on these scraps, but that was the system in place when we started our business, and we've made it work. And the proposers are that you'll benefit. You could potentially benefit these 2 boats that proposed it, neither of which participated in the latest federal Pequod fishing opportunity. The current system's already messy, and this proposed reallocation would only further confuse things for the management and the fishermen. The quota is not going to get caught, plain and simple. It's going to get stranded and reallocated probably into the Amendment 80 bycatch as it did this year. So your ultimate result is what you're thinking is going to go to benefit a local small boat is going to get caught in a dragnet by a factory trawler. And I plead to you, don't buy into this narrative that's being preached about the small boat culture and the vilification of these Super 8 vessels. There's no lack of opportunity for local youth under the program as status quo. I live in Unalaska, and I've approached various friends and school teachers in Unalaska with job opportunities for the youth. And between our 2 boats, we have 8 deck positions to fill. And we're happy to take a local youth. There's just not much interest. There's no want for opportunity. And I've said before, I've personally helped 7 and probably more young people launch their own career from the deck of these Super 8s that are being vilified. So in conclusion, adoption of this proposal will only strand the quota, create a management nightmare, and it's not going to create any further opportunity for local small boat fishermen. the opportunity is already present, and the people that are proposing it aren't even participating.
Great. Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Neaton. Are there any questions? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. I just wanted to pursue this, your testimony on why you think quota would be stranded. Are you talking about quota being stranded in the sea season because there will no longer be the larger 58-foot boats on the grounds if there's any rollover? Please just better explain that potential outcome.
Well, it's already a mess today. Look at what's happening with, there is this overall Bering Sea shutdown, but there's no, the biggest picture is there's no want for opportunity. It opened January 1st, and the 2 boats that fit into this category that you're looking at put their gear away in April. And I'll be the first to call them out and say there's no, if you want to go fishing, there is all the it's never closed. There's been all the opportunity. There's been 300 days of opportunity and you haven't had your gear in the water. And it's kind of shameless that they're asking for more. And it's going to get stranded in this mess of this whole Bering Sea closure. It's made a mess for us trying to make a deal of it in September. We don't know if it's going to open, if it's going to open, how much quota is going to be, if it's going to be worth our while. It could take me a week to bring my gear out and a week to bring it back. If the weather's crappy, is that going to be worthwhile? And they say, oh, there's X amount of pounds to go. And you say, it's kind of worthwhile, but if it doesn't go, and then they drag you along. So 2 years ago, we got 11 days. Last year, we got 17 days. And then this year, we got more days, and then it keeps getting kicked along. Like there's more days and more days, but we got to make a schedule with crew and going on to the next thing. So it's only going to make more of a mess than what's already a mess.
Thank you.
Further questions for Mr. Neaton? Don't see any. Thank you for your time. Next up is John Marion.
John, if you're there, you need to unmute your phone, please. Thank you.
Okay, we can circle back to Mr. Marion. Scott Patrick Lorenzen.
Scott, if you were there, you will also need to unmute your phone.
And I believe that's with a *6.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Hi.
Can you hear me just fine now?
Yes, we hear you.
All right, awesome. First off, I'd like to thank you for giving me a chance to speak before everyone this morning. My name is Scott Lorenzen, and I'm 20 years old and I'm a local here in Unalaska. I've been fishing commercially since I graduated high school on the Raven Bay with Dustin Dickerson, and can say that the Pacific cod fishery has been a large amount of my income and is something I'm highly dependent on. Growing up, I had participated in subsistence fishing with my family here in the Bay, but never commercially. But after realizing how big of a deal that the small boat fishery is, commercial fishing has opened many doors to me, and including my friends. I was able to get my 2 best friends on board with me, one being the same age and the other just 2 years younger than me. And we love to fish together. To be able to own our own small boat someday would be a dream come true for the 3 of us and to many other individuals seeking a future in commercial fishing. And in order to keep the small boat culture alive, it absolutely needs to happen. Life on the water for me is a life I'll probably never be willing to give up now that I have experienced the full nature, beauty, and excitement of it, which is what has pushed me to keep going on. We need the small boat allocation so that people like me and my friends and other locals who want to keep fishing, who want to pass down our fishing knowledge, will continue to do that, and also have a reliable and accessible place where we can fish and to keep generations of young fishermen coming year round. And it's also just important to have a place that's accessible to the fishing capabilities of our vessels. And that is all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lorenzen. Are there any questions? Okay. I don't see any. Thanks for your testimony today. John Marion, are you with us?
Yes, hello, this is John Marion. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yes, I am, my name is John Marion. I own just purchased a new fishing boat this season, a lifelong dream of finally buying one. I started fishing in 1988 when I first got here, and lived here and worked in the community for 16 years, and then had a brief hiatus and then came back. This amendment, I fully support this. Being able to give our younger generations and the fishing here more of an opportunity. Being as brand new and purchasing a new boat, I know exactly how hard and what the obstacles are to overcome and purchase something like this. The fees and the costs are astronomical. So I believe that any additional help that we can give to anybody that's starting up, including our younger generation, people like Scott that want to start and want to keep fishing here in this community that's always been a traditional fishing community. I fully support this, and I hope you move forward with the adoption. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for your testimony today, Mr. Marion. All right. Next.
Have a good day.
You too. Next up is Todd Hoppy. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the council. My name is Todd Hoppy, and I reside in Homer. I own and operate a 58-foot pot boat. I have fished in multiple areas for cod with pots from Cook Inlet to the Aleutians and Adak. I'm a supporter of small boats and community-based opportunities. I do not support C2, the Pacific Cod Small Boat Access. I recommend alternative one, status quo. The potential benefits of this proposal do not outweigh the near certain harms. We seem to be trying to fix a problem that doesn't exist. There's a certain level of uncertainty surrounding this action. Who will it benefit? Who will it harm, and how much? Who will it benefit and how much? How are we or you to handle the state and federal opening triggers? The under 60 sector doesn't benefit from seasonal apportionment. And many of us have pointed this out in other actions that Bering Sea under 60 rely entirely on reallocations for fall fishing opportunities. Separating that opportunity out for a handful of boats and undermining the majority of the fleet does not make sense for this sector. What will happen when the first 55 by 28 wide slides off the ways at a shipyard? Have no doubt it will happen. It's inevitable. Isn't that how we got here today? All the Alaska fisheries, pollock, salmon, cod, have gone through incredible upgrades and modernization, whether it be a new build, lengthening, or as myself, sponsoring. This action has been grappled in different areas in the past, trying to do length restrictions. They looked at tonnage, and the outcomes were all the same. It cannot be fixed this way. The opportunity for cod is there for all of us. We just have to accept where we stand in that opportunity. This is with the boat we have. This is coming from my own experience. I used to fish cod on a boat that would be considered today, I guess now, a small boat in today's terms. This is at the end of when I written this, a couple things popped in my mind in earlier testimony. There could be some possible gear conflicts with hooks, more hooks being added to that parallel fishery in the Bering Sea. The microprocessor, oh, we're going to build a fishery and we're going to build a microprocessor, or microprocessor is going to be filled. My market, I believe I stacked out May 2nd in Aereo and that State Waters fishery. And they're basically, if you want to go into June, fine, we'll keep running the tender. So they were running tenders into Dutch Harbor. I was past Dutch Harbor. So I mean, there's some of the things I'm hearing about markets I find are not totally correct, Yeah. That's it. Thank you very much.
Okay, all right. Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Hoppy. Are there questions? Ms. Drobnica.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony, Todd. I'm wondering if you could elaborate a little bit more on the timing of the fishery that you participate in. You did reference the importance of the reallocation in the fall. Do you kind of split your time between the A season reallocation and C season reallocation? Do you more heavily participate in the fall?
Chairman, Angel, I'm glad you asked me that question. I do not federal fish Bering Sea. I made this trip up here because this is going to go throughout the rest of the state. How are you going to just contain this in the Bering Sea? The rest of the state's going to jump on this. I mean, we're only talking about that right there, 3 feet from my boat. And I feel this action, the other areas are looking at the last 2 years I've federal fished in Kodiak.
Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony. You were going to say something to me about markets. Would you expand on what your comments were going to be on markets?
A little trouble hearing you.
Oh,
John.
You said you were going to, when you were closing out, you said something about markets and we didn't hear what your thoughts were on markets.
Sorry, I was rushing there. Chairman, Mr. Jensen, what I stated there, I finished in Aereo on, I believe, May 2nd. I put the pots on board and my market assured me that I could have that market into June if I wanted to stay. So I'm hearing a market ending April 30th. That market was Peter Pan and I was fishing 10 hours past Dutch Harbor. So, I mean, there was markets available more than what I'm hearing in previous testimony. Is that answering your question? Am I understanding your question?
Yeah, I just wanted you to let us know what your thoughts were on the markets. I appreciate it.
I guess I can't run to Akutan, and I don't want to. I'm almost 90% sure I'll say 90% sure that if a few boats got together and contacted Trident, I'm sure they would buy that cod. It may not even take a few boats. I believe there's markets there. They were pretty willing to run a tender. And so I'm not buying the market thing that it's not available after April 30th is what that statement was.
Okay, thank you,
sir.
Further questions? Thank you, Mr.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, next up is Ron Kavanaugh. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman, council members. My name is Ron Kavanaugh. We own and operate 2 58-footers out of Kodiak, Alaska. The Sylvia Star, one of the original participants back in 2001 when this fishery, we didn't show up in 2001. The only boat that was there was the 58-foot Linnea out of Kodiak, Alaska that participated in that fishery, and a 32-foot Bristol Bay boat that participated for a very short time after they figured out that wasn't the place for them. In 2002, it was a 58-foot Linnea, 58-foot Just In Case from King Cove, 58-foot Ocean Bay from Kodiak, 58-foot Icy Mist from Kodiak, 58-foot Lady Joanne from Sandpoint, 58-foot Sylvia Star from Kodiak. We were very appreciative of this fishery that Bobby Stores initiated, as we had just come off a pretty devastating salmon season in both the Kodiak and the Sandpoint areas. This makeup of the fishery continued for at least 4 or 5 years with the 58-foot vessels. So I find it convenient that we're rewriting history this day and age, that we somehow displaced a small boat fishery that was there, when that is really not the case. And I don't know, I got a whole bunch of notes wrote down here, but there's all kinds of problems with this. They talk about a fraction that they're taking. That fraction will put 7 vessels out of business, 7 vessels that are 80% dependent on this, on a fishery that may or may not have a mythical processor in the wings waiting to prosecute it. But you have 7 vessels. 4 of those vessels I know personally that have owner operators that are in their mid 20s to 30s. These are people that entered the fishery. They bought into these Super 8s. I didn't want to buy a Super 8. I had a 58-foot Delta. The problem was, when you guys put all these programs in place, you create wealth. You cannot sideboard wealth. That led to the explosion of the Super 8s. I later invested in a Super 8. My partner bought me out. My son wanted to participate in the fishery. I didn't. I'm grain of the fleet. I wanted out. I bought a Super 8 so that I could pass on to him some stability in the fishery on a platform that is safe, or at least it's only as safe as the operator. We hear about safety in these programs. I don't even want to bring this up, but your 2 largest casualties were in a IFQ program. We talk about safety. You can't regulate safety.
Mr. Kavanaugh, your time is up. Can you provide a summary comment?
That's about it. I mean, please remember, you've got 7 vessels, with half of those vessels that have young entrants on them that you're going to put out of work. In your own analysis, there's no place for them to go to make up their lost income.
All right. Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions for Mr. Kavanaugh? Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for your testimony, Ron. Can you elaborate on the new entrants that you're talking about presently that are operating vessels? They're new entrants to the fishery, or
well, you had one of the new entrants was a prior person. And I don't know if I'm supposed to say names, but the Winter Bay has an not entry level. He was a displaced crab fisherman that began running the Winter Bay, and he's now a part owner in that. My son is moving into a part ownership in our boat. And, so we got 4 boats right there where you have, new entrants this is not an entry level fishery. They think it is. And you've got $200,000 by the time you buy pots, a launcher, and a hauler. That's not a license, a boat, or anything else. That's just the equipment to get started.
Thank you, Ron. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further questions for Mr. Kavanaugh? Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Eric Belsko. Good afternoon.
Afternoon, Chairman and members of the council. My name is Eric Belsko. I'm a reside in Homer. I have 1 boat that participates in we're kind of sporadic participation in the federal fishery in the Bering Sea. And I there's been a lot of good stuff said today by some of the larger under 60. So I'll focus a little bit on the analysis. I also submitted a comment letter kind of highlighting the problems I see. First major one I see is the trigger date for the closure of when the federal fishery closes. We're going to have a problem figuring out when the opening date is for the state waters fishery. That wasn't really clear in the analysis. it's either going to be based on the larger boats closing their federal fishery, or based on the under 55s, or a hard start date. So that's going to have to be an emergency action by the Board of Fish. So it'd be nice to know a little bit more about that before we move forward with this. The second issue I see is the reallocation hierarchy, which a lot of folks have talked about today. That NIMS in-season management, it's a pretty tough job they have to try to balance all these reallocations. And I think what's going to happen is people don't even have to participate in that under 55-foot fishery. They can just say they're going to participate at some point. They don't know when. So basically, you're going to have to wait to roll that quota over till probably April. And at that time, then what happens if guys are fishing in state waters by then? Are they going to jump back out if fishing slow in state waters and execute the federal fishery? And then do you have to re-register? And how does that work? That's not clear in the analysis. Third issue is the rollovers for the fall fishing opportunity. Is this going to erase all the opportunity for the larger boats in the fall fishery? We just heard Ron say there's those 7 boats that are dependent on. I think most of those boats all participate in that fall season, and it's roughly 50% of the cod they catch for the year. The fourth issue here is the squeezing of the bubble effect that we hear from the trawl fleet all the time. I mean, guys will probably think about fishing Western Gulf or staying in Central Gulf. If that allocation gets to a small enough level, and then you got guys traveling back and forth with pot gear, there's a safety issue there. I think another part we haven't touched on much is the value of these LLPs too. Like, you know, I got 2 of them with the boat that I bought. What are these worth now? I don't know. I'm supposed to be buying them, but I don't. Now I'm thinking, well, what kind of value do you put on something like that with a fishery that's so unstable? So I'll end with that. And if you guys have any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Thank you, Mr. Belsko. Any questions? Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Eric, for your testimony. I wanted to ask you a question about, in the very beginning of your testimony, you talked about the first problem that you saw, which was the start date or the change for the state waters. If the council decides to move forward with this action, the next thing we're doing is going to the Joint Protocol Committee. It would be helpful, if that happens, to have an idea from somebody that's actively participating in the fishery what the best outcome for that particular issue would be before we go to the Joint Protocol. And maybe if you could tell us why, that would be helpful.
Through the chair, thanks for the question, Mr. Mesereau. Yeah, it's going to be a tough one. You know, the guys don't want to get into the state waters too early either. So if we have if we close it too early, it's going to be, we're putting all those guys in state waters earlier than they want to be. And if you close it, say we base it on the under 55-foot, and we have to wait till whenever that gets caught, or until April, we're going to have guys sitting around for 2 months. I don't know. That's going to be, it seems like it's a road we don't need to go down, I guess, in the first place. It's going to throw all that stuff in disarray.
Mr. Mesereau.
And then I didn't really put my thoughts together in enough time to ask the last testifier about the negative impacts that might occur during the fall season. If the council were to decide to protect the C season and allow whatever wasn't caught in the A season to roll to the C season, would that essentially protect some of those vessels from the hardship that was described by Mr. Kavanaugh, would you think? Not that you can speak for him, but I think you understand the dynamics of the fishery and what that would mean, and it would be helpful to get that. I would have asked him, but I just didn't put the pieces together.
Through the chair, thanks for the question. Yeah, I mean, that would be better than what it currently looked like in the analysis. I mean, that would be, if there's if the council wants to move forward with this, they probably need to think about something along those lines, because there is that group of boats that depends on going out there every year. We've never done it because I can't. It's especially with $5 a gallon fuel. It seems too. It's too shaky to figure out, how much. We hardly know how much quota there's even going to be in the fall at times, and so and then we throw this on top of that. But yeah, some sort of certainty where guys know they're going to have some opportunity in the fall. Otherwise, that portion of the fleet will be gone. There used to be more boats that participated, but I think lately it's just those fully dependent ones that have been executing that fall fishery.
Great, thank you.
Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for your testimony, Eric. When you say fully dependent on this fishery, do you mean these are boats that don't have IFQs or anything else to do? That this is just what they do, and they may lose this if this were to pass in the council.
Through the chair, there's a number of them. They're basically they fish cod and they tender a little bit in the summer, and that's their program. And it's worked for them over the years. It's probably getting harder. Some of us are doing too many things, so we try to load our schedules up and we don't do anything very well. But then there's the ones that are fully dependent on cod, and those are the guys that will get hurt the most. And then a number, like Ron was saying, there's a number of those guys that are buying into boats or have bought portions of boats or bought into these operations, and they're moving into that ownership role. But it's going to be tough if they if we put everything in disarray.
Thanks, Eric. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Mr. Jensen. Ms. Bush.
Thank you. Mr. Velska, these 7 or 8 boats that are more dependent on the federal fishery, are they eligible and do they participate in the state water Dutch Harbor fishery?
Through the chair, yeah, I think most of those, or probably all of them, participate in the state season. I think that another part of this too is that we look at that state water fishery and we look at the allocation and we think, oh, well, it's got to be a linear, it's got to work out. If there's this much quota in the state waters and this much in the federal, then we're going to catch, it's going to be this perfect, I guess, God, how can I explain that? It's a lot of these guys, especially the guys on the upper end of the fleet, I guess, are catching quite a bit of their fish in the federal fishery. You've got more pots, you have more ground. And so once we get into state waters where everyone's, maybe on a little more of an even playing field because of the 60 pots, because of the limited ground. So it does make up a big portion for some of these guys. One guy told me it was half of the coddy catches is in that federal season, between the A and the B season. So 50% of the fishy catches is in this federal fishery, which I thought was shocking, but so.
Ms. Drobnica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to go back to Andy's first question, Eric. I'm not quite sure I fully captured the challenges with the trigger date being set on the larger class vessels. You were describing that setting it too early could be problematic. And when I asked staff about the additional days that the JIG reallocation provided, there's an estimate between 3 and 6. So do those numbers of days create enough of a problem with that trigger date being 3 to 6 days earlier, and you still have that 7-day window? And even if it is open 7 days and relatively early to historical timeframes, there's still options there, right, for boats to move in and out based on CPUEs and other decisions? Or am I missing something, or is there something else there we need to consider?
Through the chair, thanks for the question, Angel. Yeah, I guess it's more of the but maybe I didn't explain it as well. It's more of the board of having to depend on the Board of Fish to make a decision on what the fate of what the opening and closing dates is the problem. I don't think that, you know, because it isn't really that much extra. It doesn't get you that many extra days. So that's not the problem. It's just having to create an emergency action because of this action from a completely different body. And we all know how that works between the interplay between the state and the federal government. We see it with IPHC, and we see it, you know, it just, it creates a bunch more work for potentially little gain, I guess.
Thank you. And Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, I have one more question, if you don't mind.
Ms. Trubnicka.
I think in your testimony, you also mentioned some challenges with the potential for reallocation to occur in a season in April. And the burden that registering between the state water and federal water would create. I just wanted to kind of get a little more information on what that involves and how challenging a process that is for a vessel to go through.
Through the chair, I think it's more for the managers. You know, from a management standpoint, they'd have to, they got to find out which boats want to participate in this under 55-foot sector. And you don't even have to have you wouldn't even have to have your gear in the water. You could just say, I'm going to participate in this small boat sector. And then the clock starts ticking. Maybe they go out in January for a couple trips. Maybe they don't. Maybe they wait till February. And so then when we get into, so basically you have to wait till April to be able to effectively roll any quote over, unless you set it. You could do that too. I guess you could put a trigger date here. The council could do that. They could say if it isn't caught by January 15th, it gets rolled back into the larger sector. That would be an option. But if you wait until April and the fishing's slow in state waters and federal waters opens again, if that quota got rolled over, I could see some guys jumping back out into the federal waters and then having to re-register, jump back into state waters once that little bit of quota is caught, you know, the whatever wasn't caught in that reallocation. So I just don't know if it's worth the burden management to have to deal with all that for you know, for what we already have. I mean, like everyone said, it's been open almost every day of the year this year. You know, there's just really not a problem here.
Further questions? Thank you, Mr. Pelsko. Hannah Heimbuck. Good afternoon. We need your mic. Thank you.
Got it? Okay. Nice to see you all. Hannah Heimbuck, representing the under 60 cod harvesters. Our organization represents pot vessels under 60 feet harvesting cod in the Bering Sea, Aleutians, and Gulf of Alaska. I'll just note that in my testimony sign up, I attached some personal comments from one of the skippers in the under 60 fleet who's fishing and unable to testify. Thanks much for considering those comments. He's not able to call in. I just want to convey first that under 60 members have and do support existing small boat jig, longline, and pot fisheries across Alaska in cod and other species. Our concerns around the impact and need for this action shouldn't be confused with opposing the addressing of ongoing issues impacting small boat access. I think those are serious and real issues across the state. And we think the under 60 overall are a small boat sector, though the vessels do vary in size. They're still winter fishing in the Bering Sea, and they've built boats that can handle that. And that includes young people that are working their way up, as you've heard. Regulatorily, right now, we're talking about 3 feet and trying to make it signal a certain threshold of scale or participation within a single sector as a means to address access, and that's just really tough. So in particular, in this action, we're concerned about the levels of uncertainty you're hearing about posing some pretty serious negative impacts to the majority of the under 60 fleet, and also that the purpose and need just isn't reflective of the current fishery conditions. The analysis shows that the less than 56 vessels are not markedly more dependent on PCOD for their diversified income than the larger ones, and all participants are affected by fluctuations in TAC or reduction in reallocations from other sectors.
I want to just highlight a few of some of the uncertainties that the analysis pulls out and that you've heard from others on today. First is that question about how this will interact with the trigger for the state water fishery. The Board of Fish is a autonomous fishery management body, and we can't really assume anything in how they might handle shifting a fishery opening or participation based on council action. Analysis does show that participants not in the sector triggering the state water fishery would likely experience some sort of negative impacts. And so I think the council might benefit from having that joint protocol discussion before taking final action. Also, if the board chooses to use the larger under 60 federal closure as that state water trigger, that trigger will likely happen sooner because the federal season quota will be smaller for both the larger and the smaller boats. That trigger will close parallel waters to smaller pot boats. That means that the smaller pot boats will need to move beyond 3 if they want to continue fishing federal quota rather than the state water fishery, which is a safety issue if they did choose to do that. And then in terms of hook and line boats who will be able to continue fishing federal quota in parallel waters, we do anticipate some gear conflicts there for both state and federal participants. Can't really anticipate exactly what those conflicts will look like or how or whether the Board of Fish might choose to address them. The analysis also highlighted some significant uncertainty regarding smaller vessels' future fishing behavior, which is exemplified, I think, in our observation in the fishery, especially this year. Makes it really difficult to assess the purpose of this action as it's written now, as well as the effect of the alternatives. Additionally, staff commented that as the alternative reads now, it might take several years for NMFS to determine when and if reallocations could reasonably occur, given the lack of knowledge around how that new small boat sector might behave. Several years of uncertainty or inability to reallocate is a really substantial opportunity loss, particularly in the only federal sector that does not have seasonal apportionment. And in this case, for some, at least 30, and we've heard up to 50% of their federal fishing opportunity or their fishing opportunity overall. And finally, an ongoing trend of Bering Sea cod fishing is the closure rather early in the fall of the Bering Sea, isolating fishing opportunity to the Aleutians. And that adds another not insignificant uncertainty. So if timely reallocation of unused quota cannot be made to the full under 60 sector, it's possible that the only option for harvest may be to fish the Aleutian Islands, a major change and safety concern for those under 60 vessels, which all vary widely in capacity and ability regardless of length. So based on what we're seeing in the fishery today, we really can't anticipate a significant change in participation in an expanded fishing opportunity for this smaller subset of the under 60 fleet, but we can anticipate a direct loss of opportunity for the rest of the under 60 fleet. So while I need to really emphasize our concerns for this action overall, because of those same concerns, we'd strongly encourage the council to consider an adaptation to the action that provides a meaningful trigger for the entire under 60 fleet to access reallocations, jig or otherwise, and at a time that federal managers would have reasonable and timely ability to assess and utilize the harvest capacity of the under 60 fleet. The analysis points out the significant uncertainty in whether or not the jig sector quota would be fully harvested by the smaller boats. They also point out the challenge presented to managers in balancing potential minimal effort with the need to reallocate quota at a time when the larger 60 sector has at least somewhat predictable capacity. So a timely reallocation would be helpful in mitigating some of that harm. And again, appreciate the willingness of the council to consider small boat and community access needs. I think we need to do that in a lot of places in our fisheries across the North Pacific. I know this is a difficult one, and thanks for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Heimbach. Are there questions? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Heimbach. I think I just missed this was early in your testimony about closure of parallel waters. And then I think you said smaller pot boats would have to move beyond 3. And I just missed, why wouldn't smaller pot boats then be moving into state waters, since the state waters opener would be triggering the closure for parallel waters? I must have missed your point. Can you?
Sure. Through the chair, thanks for the question, Ms. Kimball. I mean, I think it is likely that the vessels under 56 feet would stop fishing, likely at an earlier date than they do now, and go join the state water fishery. But I don't think we know exactly how folks will behave. So if for some reason they chose to continue to pursue federal quota, that would need to be done outside of 3 miles.
And then we have, it would be a new development. I think that the under 60 hook and line boats would now be able to continue fishing in the parallel waters while the state water fishery is happening. So that the gear conflict is new, and I don't think we know exactly how the smaller pot boats might behave.
Further questions? Ms. Drebnicki.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know we're up against a time limit here, but thank you for your testimony, Hannah. I'm wondering if you could just quickly describe, to the extent that you know, the timing and participation of your membership as far as those who participate in the reallocated A season versus C season. Is there overlap? Is the membership, split for various reasons, that they have, diversification opportunities later in the year for those that just participate in the A season?
Sure. Through the chair, thanks for the question. I won't pretend to understand the very diverse business plans of the under 60 fleet. I don't think there's a direct overlap in people that do both A and C or one or the other. I think there's some that don't fish much A season quota, but are more likely to target C season, depending on what other fisheries they participate in. So I think it is varied throughout the fleet. Certainly under 60 vessels participate in all A through C season fisheries.
Further questions for Ms. Heimbach? Thank you for your testimony. Okay, last up is Julie Kavanaugh. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Julie Kavanaugh. I'm from Kodiak, and we have vessels that are 58 foot long that would be negatively impacted by the action in front of you. I would ask you to remember two numbers, 7 and 35. My husband began pot cod fishing in 1991. His first year in the Bering Sea was 2001. Just to provide some context for our reliance on cod access. We do not own or harvest any IFQs, and PCOD is our only federal opportunity. The jig quota reallocation represents about 40% of our opportunity in the federal A season. I'd like to point out the analysis lays out a multitude of problems and complications that this action would create. Complications to management of a further compressed fishery, economic hardship to the point where current participants may not recover, and an exchange of safety for one participant over another. Actually, you could say you are considering exchanging both safety and stability for one over the other. It's apparent that this council is in a tough situation and you're looking at a well-intended action. But I'm hoping that the harm that to the current fleet will resonate with you. I assert that the purpose and needs statement is outdated and addresses a temporary problem that no longer exists. State and federal waters have been ongoing this year, and there have been markets available, and it does sometimes require some planning to set up a tender service so that you can get your fish to those markets. They exist. And that taking final action on this issue before you is very presumptive prior to your joint protocol meeting with the Board of Fish. The Board of Fish isn't obligated to even accept any of the analyzed triggers that you have before you, so you cannot know what the outcome may be. And you can't even determine whether or not the Board of Fish would determine that this action was disruptive, unnecessary, and harmful. I asked you earlier to remember the numbers 7 and 35. 7 is the number of vessels that probably won't be able to survive this action. 35. 35 is the number of crew members that won't have jobs. There are 61 vessels that will face reduction in safety conditions. 250 crew members in the same situation. I'm asking you to oppose C2, and if not, at minimum, postpone it until the Board of Fish has had an opportunity to weigh in. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Kavanaugh. Are there questions? Right. Thank you again for your testimony. Okay, that concludes public comment. Let's see. It's 3:10. I've talked to Mr. Witherell a bit, thinking that we can probably be expeditious with our executive session. So why don't we go ahead and take a break until 3:25 and come back and see what the council would like to do with this action item. Come back at 3:25. Council, please come back to order. Okay, again, we've concluded our public comment session on C2. Would the council like to take any action? Ms. Bush.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a motion. It's been sent to staff. And I think it's coming up soon. There we go. The council recommends alternative 2 as its preferred alternative with option 1 and the sub option. Additions to the alternative are shown and underlined. Alternative 2, redefine the current BSAI Pacific Cod jig sector to include hook and line or pot vessels less than or equal to option 1, 55 feet, sub option. The B and C season fishery would remain jig gear only, a jig gear only fishery. After the jig sector's A season ends, all hook and liner pot vessels, pot CV vessels less than 60 feet would be in the same sector. This action redefines the BSAI Pacific Cod jig sector during the A season from January 1st to April 30th to include hook and liner pot CVs less than or equal to 55 feet. All harvest from the redefined jig sector would be deducted from the jig sector's 1.4% allocation. Likewise, the current under 60 hook and liner pot CV sector would be redefined during the A season so that harvest only from hook and liner pot CVs with a reported length overall of 56 feet or greater, that is the 56 to 59 foot LOA, would be deducted from the current under 60 hook and liner pot CV sector's 2% allocation. After the jig A season ends on April 30th, all hook and liner pot CVs less than or equal to 60 feet would be in the same sector and would be eligible for reallocations utilizing the reallocation hierarchy defined at 50 CFR 679.20 A7 3 of federal regulations. It is the council's intent to maintain the current reallocation hierarchy defined at 50 CFR 679.2 A7 IIIA that prioritizes the jig sector or the under 60 hook and liner pot CV sector to receive a reallocation of projected unused BSAI Pacific Cod TAC from other CV sectors. It is also the council's intent to maintain the jig sector reallocation regulation found at 50 CFR 679.2 A7 4C, which requires a projected unused portion of a seasonal allowance from the jig sector to be reallocated to the under 60 hook and liner pot CV sector on or near September 1st of each year. That's my motion.
Thank you, Ms. Bush. Is there a second? Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Mesereau. My motion includes one significant change from the PPA and adds the C season to the sub option. This change results in expanded opportunity for smaller fixed gear vessels during the A season jig fishery only. Both the B season, when there has been historic jig vessel participation, and the C season would remain under status quo. Since this change results in a final preferred alternative that falls below status quo in the PPA, it is within the scope of what has been analyzed. There are a few reasons why I am proposing this change. The first is to respond to concerns that we have heard from the larger small boat participants who have come to depend on a late season fishing opportunity and have testified that an early fall reallocation date to the full under 60-foot sector is something that is important to maintain. Given the uncertainty around whether there will be small vessel fishing activity late in the year, I think it's important to maintain status quo in the fall. So in-season managers have improved certainty regarding harvesting activity to promote full utilization of the Pacific Cod TAC. As outlined in my motion, any fall season fishing opportunity would be available to all under 60 vessels. So if a local market does develop, smaller fixed gear vessels would not be precluded from that opportunity. And speaking to the motion overall, a key challenge identified in the purpose and need statement is the shortened fishing season experienced by the under 60 sector in recent years, which affects smaller vessels, I believe, more severely because they have less flexibility to fish in poor weather and far from shore. This is a significant safety concern, and the preferred alternative would address this concern and is responsive to the purpose and need by allowing CVs under 55 feet to harvest Pacific cod from the jig sector A season allocation. Absent competition with the 56 to 59 foot hook and line and pot CVs, smaller vessels in this redefined sector would have greater flexibility in the timing of fishing, allowing for improved fishing safety as well as greater fishing opportunity. I acknowledge that the 56 to 59 foot vessels could also face increased competition early in the year in the absence of having that jig A season reallocation. But I believe that smaller vessels face greater safety risks and thus are of greater concern. The redefinition of the jig sector's A season could also encourage new participants to enter the fishery. We heard in public testimony about how groundfish participants often start out with jig and hook and line gear before graduating to pot fisheries. And I think that this transition from jig to long line to pot gear is important to maintain as a pathway into the groundfish fisheries. To emphasize this point, I'll note that a statewide CFEC miscellaneous groundfish permit for jig gear is $75, an under 60 longline permit is $300, and an under 60 pot permit is $1,575. My motion also clarifies that the existing reallocation hierarchy would remain unchanged. The under 60 sector and jig sector would retain priority for reallocations from other CV sectors. And this includes any remaining A season quota from the redefined BSAI Pacific Cod small vessel sector. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bush. Are there any questions on the motion? Okay. Any amendments? Comments on the motion? Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Bush, for your motion. You know, we've had to take up some incredibly tough issues recently at this council. In the last 7 years of my service here, there hasn't been much opportunity to take actions that might have a positive impact on fishing communities, small boat fishermen, and new entrants. These difficult times, this council spends our time trying to keep people fishing and seems to be moving from one crisis after another just to keep the wheels on the train. My feeling is that this action is different. In my opinion, if the council supports this motion, this action is likely to provide a brief bright spot in our workload that we might not see again this year or even next, looking at the 3-meeting outlook. While this action is a sacrifice for a number of boats participating in the under 60 fleet to benefit smaller boats now and in the future, at this point, any action we've tried to take that provides benefits to communities, entry-level opportunity in any fishery is going to impact some other participants that are in the fishery. There is no unfished fishery that we can just set aside to try to help these groups. And we've tried over and over again to do so. And when we have catch shares, it's even more difficult to try to provide these opportunities. And this one allows us to do that. And, you know, my thought process to support this was that the state waters GHL fishery is going to be increasing in the next couple of years so that the under 60 fleet is going to end up with more cod to fish for by the time this motion would ever see the light of day than they do now. So I don't think that this action is going to forego revenue by the time it gets implemented. In addition, the revision that protects the sea season for all under 60 participants should protect the boats that were described in public testimony that might have suffered as a result of this. So in a way, the state waters GHL increasing and the time it's going to take the agency to get a measure like this passed is probably going to end up balancing out most of the loss that would occur to the existing fleet. More compelling reason to support it is that the jig set aside was originally designed to support small boats based in Unalaska. So it seems to me it's logical to try to provide small boat opportunity again in that community, particularly since this action was supported by the AP, the city of Unalaska, the local Native Fishing Organization, young fishermen, and even Frank Kelty. So regardless of what the council chooses to do, I think there was a lot of work that has gone into this, and I wanted to take this opportunity to Specifically thank our former council member, Teresa Peterson from Kodiak, and her work that resulted in taking this issue up 4 years ago. I think the staff did a good job of providing a meaningful document to work off of. And the public comments, both for and against this agenda item, were compelling and help provide some guidance. It's always helpful to hear compelling testimony. And I think the advisory panel's discussion and rationale points for against this action were helpful in clarifying concerns and support for this agenda item. I support the action and hopefully it will get passed and we'll hear that it's a successful program.
Thank you, Mr. Mesereau. Further comments on the motion? Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Bush, for your motion. I just, you know, I'd come into this agenda item having looked at everything and sat through. I was asked a question earlier, how long have we been on this? And Mr. Mesereau just clarified that for us and reminded me that it was Ms. Peterson 4 years ago. So it's been an item that we've had a lot of time to think about. I really felt coming into this pretty supportive, but then after hearing public testimony, I had a lot of concerns just about the threshold of scale here. You know, when we're talking about dividing a fleet by 3 feet, you know, that's a concern, whether that's really going to do a lot. And the markets for this fish, whether they really exist, you know, after a certain date, whether you've got a market for this fish in Dutch Harbor, where there's going to be buyers, and the people testified that they can't go outside of Dutch Harbor to deliver this fish. And so there were these market concerns and then the issues with rollovers. But so then I was kind of a no vote on this. I thought, I don't think I can support this. I just don't like it. But I think, Ms. Bush, as I understand your motion here, I think you've moved in a direction that rectifies some of those concerns, and particularly with the sea season fishery or the B and C fishery remaining as jig only, and that would, if the jig vessels don't fish like they have not historically, that rollover would be available to the people that were really the most concerned about that. I think that issue's been solved. I think you've by creating this as the A season opening, I think that helps quite a bit too. I don't think it alleviates all these concerns. I'm still concerned about the threshold of scale and the availability of markets to these people, but I think we'll just have to wait and see. So so with that, I just wanted to note, because I had mentioned to people that boy, I had big concerns about this, that I will support your motion, Ms. Bush.
Thank you, Mr. Down. Further comments? Mr. Jensen.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for the motion. I'm having a hard time with this one. After listening to public testimony and what some of the ramifications were that will happen if this were to be passed, regardless of the fact that the state might dump a bunch more fish, you know, take more federal fish and put them in the state water. We don't know if that's going to happen. So right now, I can't support it. I hate to be the only one that doesn't support this, but the way it's written and the public testimony, I just can't go. I've fished all my life and I know where the testimony came from the people that got up and spoke against it. So with that, I'm going to be in opposition. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Jensen. Additional comments? Or amendments?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since this is final action, it's appropriate at this point for the council to consider what form of deeming it wants. And with that, I'm prepared to offer a motion to spark that discussion. My motion to amend is that the council deems proposed regulations that clearly and directly flow from the provisions of this motion to be necessary and appropriate in accordance with Section 303C, and therefore the council authorizes the executive director and the chair to review the draft proposed regulations when provided by NIMS to ensure that the proposed regulations to be submitted to the secretary under section 303C are consistent with these instructions. With a second, I can speak to why I think this is the appropriate deeming.
All right, seconded by Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr.
Mr.
Downs. There's two approaches to deeming. One is to request for the council to review the entire package of proposed regulations prior to their submission to the secretary. The other is to request that you, Mr. Chair, and the executive director review them on our behalf and bring to our attention any issues that you think may be arising from those. We typically choose the latter, particularly when we're pretty certain that we understand the nature of the regulations that will be drafted. In this case, I believe we do already understand the nature of the regulations that will be drafted.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Are there any questions on the amendment? Amendments to the amendment? Or comments? Okay. Is there any opposition to the amendment? Amendment passes unanimously. Any further comments? Ms.
Yeah.
Bush?
Thank you. Since we are at final action, I wanted to speak briefly to some of the national standards that I think this action meets. The first is National Standard 10 and safety. The preferred alternative could promote safety of human life at sea by allowing smaller hook and line and pot vessel operators to have more control in choosing when to fish, while the 56 to 59-foot vessels could face increased competition early in the year in the absence of a jig A season reallocation. I believe that smaller vessels face greater safety risks and thus are of greater concern. As far as National Standard 4, fair and equitable allocation of fishing privileges, the preferred alternative is intended to promote stability for smaller hook and line and pot vessels by reducing the unintended competition within the current under 60 sector. It's understood that the preferred alternative could have a distributional impact on the historical participants, as routine reallocations of Pacific cod from the jig sector to the under 60-foot sector would instead be available to the A season, in the A season, to the newer redefined small vessel sector. This action also meets some of the objectives of Amendment 85. The first, to reduce the need for in-season reallocations during the fishing year. It's anticipated that the redefined small vessel sector in the A season would reduce the need for in-season allocations. And second, to consider catch history, socioeconomic, and community factors to include allocations to small boat sectors to expand entry level and local opportunities. And by allowing smaller boats to fish the jig A season allocation as part of the redefined sector, this action could expand entry level and local opportunities. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Bush. Any final comments on the motion? Okay. That, I'll ask Mr. Witherell to call the roll.
Calling the roll on final action for the Pacific Cod Small Boat Access action. Mr. Down. Ms. Drobnica.
Yes.
Mr. Jensen.
No.
Ms. Kimball.
Yes.
Mr. Kurland.
Yes.
Mr. Mesereau.
Yes.
Mr. Twite.
Yes.
Ms. Vanderhoven.
Yes.
Mr. Williams.
Yes.
Ms. Bush.
Yes.
Mr. Caneen.
Yes.
Motion passes 10-1.
Thank you, Mr. Witherell. Anything further under agenda item C2? Okay. All right, well, that will conclude our business on C2. And let's see, we will resume the public session tomorrow morning at 8. And let's go ahead and just stand down for 5 minutes, allow the room to clear so we can conduct our executive session. So we'll see the public again tomorrow morning at 8.